and welcome to semi-finals day at the Progress Tour Women's Championship. It's an event that gives players the opportunity to both compete and to earn. Taking place and being held here at the National Tennis Centre in southwest London. It might not look it right now, but I promise this is going to be the best day weather-wise so far. We have been promised bright skies and no rain, and we have finalists to be found coming from both the singles divisions and also from the Premier doubles. But as we've been doing this week, our commentary, the main focus has come from right here on centre court, so it's worth running you through the order of play on centre. And first up, we have the runner-up from the Elena Paltaccia group. It's 22-year-old Freya Christie, based out of Nottingham, and has been as high in the world rankings as 286. Now she takes on the winner from Group Anne Kyothevong, former world number 2 Katie Boulter, who has a protected ranking right now of 85 as she makes her way back from a bad back problem that kept her sidelined for many months, but she's been doing so well so far this week with 3 wins from 3. Following that out here on centre, we've got Christie's doubles partner in Jodie Burridge. She's a rising star of the British game. She's been as high as 233 in the world, and she's been having a great time since lockdown eased. She's been runner-up in one tournament, and she has won another tournament. As I mentioned, she's still going in both the singles and the doubles. Now she's up against, I think we can, well, it's safe to say, one of the surprise packages of the semi-finals in Alicia Barnett. She's in the 500s in terms of the ranking. She was a late addition to the Premier singles group, but she has played so well this week. She's got herself out of some difficult situations. She's been mentally very strong, and these two have actually met quite recently in Israel last year, and it was Barnett who came out on top. It's also worth saying that 3 of the 4 semi-finalists out here on centre also have doubles semi-finals to play a little bit later. Then from 6 o'clock this evening, we have tie-break 10s. It is a fast format of the game, and it's coming to the Progress Tour. It has arrived in southwest London. Now this is going to be the first women-only tie-break 10 event to be held here in the UK, and the third all-women tie-break 10 event to be held worldwide. As I mentioned, it's fast, it's furious, it is an awful lot of fun, so make sure you stay tuned from 6 o'clock this evening. But we do have 3 courts in action today. As I said, we've got to find those finalists. We will be keeping across absolutely everything with results as and when we get them, and also at the Progress Tour on Twitter, BBC Sport website and the LTA website to keep an eye on the matches with the 3 match courts in action. But you may have seen them coming in behind me. The players have arrived, they want to get going, they want to get started. So I will say good morning to Naomi Cavalier up in the commentary box, and I'll see you very soon.
Thank you very much, Gigi. She will be making her way up to the commentary box to join me for the couple of semi-finals we've got lined up. Starting off with a real cracker here with Christie against Boulter. As Gigi mentioned, Boulter, of course, topping her group. Freya Christie coming in second. And there is a bit of a difference in terms of experience, but that's really the case for everyone when they play Katie Boulter in this event. She, of course, has been in the top 100, career high of 82. Down a little bit lower, as Gigi was mentioning, because of that back, but she was just getting things going before lockdown put another halt to that progress. Picked herself up a top 100 win. That was out in Indian Wells. Well, it was at the 125k, which is the week before the main event in Indian Wells. But that was a big win. It was Anna Blinkova, who was ranked 60 at the time. So just showing that she's got that game still there. It's ready to go. It's just about getting it out on the court. And after a few months off, understandably, a bit of rust for Boulter. She hasn't really been competing coming into this event. In contrast, Christie has taken part in every tournament she possibly can. So has got a few more matches under her belt. But as this week has gone on, the rust of Boulter's game has definitely just started to chip off. It's looking a little shinier now, as is the forehead of Gigi Salmon, who sprints into the commentary box.
I think I had a little bit of rust at the start of the week.
I know. No one thinks about us, do they?
And nor should they. But it's not normal, is it? In the line of work at tennis, whatever you do within tennis, talking about it, playing it, coaching it, whatever you do, you're busy most weeks of the year. There's just a little bit of time you have off, and suddenly we're like, okay, right, what's happening? Nothing.
Yeah, well, it was more than double the length of a normal off-season. off-season is probably 5-6 weeks, really, for a lot of players. Slightly longer in the women's tour, but yeah, we had a rather long layoff. I keep wanting to refer to it as off-season.
Well, yes and no. I mean, other people might not look at it as off-season. They might call it a global pandemic and coronavirus, but also in the context of their life and I guess how they have to look at it, it's an off-season. I imagine they look at it as an off-season in terms of what they have to do and to get their head around it, because if you're just thinking, well, I don't know what's going to happen and when, it's so much harder.
Yeah, well, that's the difficulty, because with a normal off-season, you know how many weeks you've got until you compete, and you work backwards from there, try and get enough practice in. So say you've got a technical thing you want to improve, right, how many weeks is that going to take? Probably need about 4 weeks on court doing that, need a couple of weeks on top of that to do some extra fitness work, and I want a couple of weeks rest. So you work backwards that way. But yeah, it's been a little bit difficult, I'm sure, for all of the players, but to have this event in the calendar, and it's been in the calendar for quite a bit of time, was the first event really announced, and to have that as a focus to work towards, I think would have been so helpful for them in their training. And actually we can see, I mean, somebody like Burridge, who we're seeing later, has shown real improvements. She's used the time off, I think, really, really well. Boulter looks incredibly healthy because she's had a lot of injury problems, so she looks really good, ready to go. Not necessarily playing her best because she hasn't competed much, but looks like it's only a matter of time before that happens. But I think that makes all the difference. These are goal-orientated players. That's what they do. There's always something coming, and to have that taken away for a time was very difficult. But as soon as this tournament was announced, it was just kind of right, bang, that's what we're looking for.
And condition-wise, I mean, I promised everybody bright sunshine, and there's still a chance that that is going to happen. The clouds are white instead of grey. It is warmer and less breezy than it has been this week.
Yes, it is. It's a nicer day, absolutely. It has been a little chilly, I must say.
It's been freezing.
Yeah. But, yeah, the sun, it will definitely be out and in. It's still going to be a little bit blustery, and I think that was causing a few problems yesterday, but it seems like it won't be so bad. You can see the tree there, dead still. It's the centrepiece of the National Tennis Centre. It's
like our windsock, isn't it?
Yeah.
You either, if you have women playing, you either look at ponytails to see which way it's going, judge it. You ever done that?
No, I tend to look at flags or leaves.
Ponytails do the same things. they just sweat. Not in the case of Freya Christie, because she got tied up in a bun there, but you can just tend to see which way it's going. Looking forward to this one. They had that meeting in Nottingham Juniors. We're not going to read anything into that back in 2014. That was an occasion when Katie Boulter came through.
Premier Division semi-final. This match will be the best of 3 tie-break sets between, to the left of the chair, Freya Christie. To the right of the chair, Katie Boulter.
There we go.
Katie Boulter won the toss and chose to receive.
There we go. Putting Freya Christie into bat to start things off. A tactic used by some people sometimes. They just want to warm up into the match, test out the conditions, test out the opponent.
Yeah, I think especially important in this sort of situation, putting all of the pressure on Christie, saying, come on then, you know, she's got a very strong serve on her, but Boulter will be backing her serve, and actually it's probably the one area of her game that she's been pretty consistent with all week, Boulter. That first serve has been popping, and she really has found those targets. So I think she's feeling confident, and she just wants to see what Christie's got right in the first game.
1 minute.
For people joining us, and maybe it's the first time they've seen these two players, or they've seen a little bit more of Katie Boulter because she's been competing in the Grand Slams, what can we expect in terms of the game styles and the match-up between these two?
Well, for Boulter, she, of course, has got great strikes off both sides. The movement has just been ever improving year on year when you see her play. It was something that was always going to be something to improve because she's tall. She's a large frame with long levers, and that works to her advantage so much with the serve and the strikes. And, of course, that recovery and movement just has taken a little bit longer, but it's absolutely coming. She works incredibly hard. She likes to play on the front foot, but I think she's also happy enough at this level as the most experienced player to be able to sit in the rallies as well. So I'm sure we'll see a little bit of everything from her. Now, by contrast, we've got Freya Christie. Well, not by contrast. She has quite an aggressive game with a big serve, and she's got big shots off both sides. But sometimes she's not necessarily aggressively minded. So actually in her match against Alicia Barnett yesterday, Christie possessed the bigger game, but Barnett possessed more of the aggression in terms of the movement forward and what she was trying to do with the ball. And for Christie, I just don't think being passive at all is going to work in this match, and it really caught her out yesterday against Barnett. And somebody like Boulter's just going to step up and dictate all the way through. So Christie really needs to make sure that she's loose through the shot so that she can use all of the pace and the beautiful clean strikes that she's got. But that needs confidence.
There's our still tree. A few clouds that I wasn't expecting today. There are your competitors, Freya Christie, who came through the Elena Baltacha group, Katie Boulter from the Anki Othevon group, going head-to-head for a place in tomorrow's final of the Progress Tour Women's Championships. There's a good amount of money to be won, which in these times, when it doesn't matter what you're doing or whoever you are, to earn some money and to do some work is a positive.
Oh, absolutely. And they've had basically no expenses as well, because it's at the National Tennis Centre.
That's true, actually, yeah. So a chance to compete, a chance to earn. Katie Boulter mentioned that the injury that she's had, the ranking of 374, it doesn't reflect the talent, the protected ranking, more so at 85, which she had been using to get into tournaments following the return from that injury. Freya Christie, October 2016, she got to 286 in the world, sitting at 643. But she's got a career high doubles of 192. So happy both formats of the game.
First set, Freya Christie to serve. Ready? Play.
Put into serve by Katie Boulter, semi-final number 1.
That's exactly what Christie really needs to look to try and do. I just don't really see a way forward for her in this match, trying to out-rally Boulter. It's not a game style that suits Christie, but it is something she can slip into.
I'm just trying to push it a little bit on the second serve, knowing that if it's at all short, Boulter's eyes will widen, crunch that ball. Practiced her serving against a bath mat that she stuck on a washing line in the back garden of our house during lockdown.
I like that.
Because her mum wouldn't let her serve anywhere near the house in case she broke a window.
That's kind of fair enough.
And as we can see from the power behind the serve, it might have happened.
Yeah, it is something that I think a lot of tennis parents have to deal with, because we were told the same thing. Me and my brother would always be trying to play in the living room. For example.
How big was your living room?
Very small. With a sponge ball, of course, but we would absolutely nail the thing around.
She was allowed to forehands, backhands, volleys against the side of the house, but when it came to serving, her mum was like, not happening, I need the windows. Yeah. Fair enough. I like that bath mat and a washing line.
First serve.
Four balls being used this week. That'll just settle her down a little bit into the match, getting that first serve of hold tucked away.
Yeah, I'd be interested to see what sort of tactics Christie takes with the serve, because against Barnett in their middle set, and actually throughout the match, the first serve percentage was so high. It was at about 90% at one point, and I think it averaged out in the high 80s, which you might think is great, but she wasn't really getting many cheap points, so she was just kind of taking a bit too much pace off it. Again, falling into that slightly passive mindset, just taking a bit of pace off the ball and really just kind of starting the points. So, yes, she wants to have a good first serve percentage, but you don't want it to be too high, especially playing somebody like Boulter. You want it to be doing some damage. You want to really let go of it. So I was saying in that match that really, if she could drop it down a bit, that would be helpful.
15 love.
Because you wouldn't naturally think. You'd think just get as high as you can on that first serve percentage.
Well, if you're really going for it and you're hitting them well, then 90% is amazing.
But if you're not, you've got to think to yourself, just pull it back a little bit.
Yeah, it's all about risk and reward in tennis. You're never going to play a match and not miss a ball. You're not going to win if that's the case, because it means you're just probably not hitting very good quality.
15 all.
We always say first serve percentage, you know, really you're aiming for around 70%, but in the 60s, fine. In the 70s, that's okay too. But yeah, you start getting up into 80s, 90s. That's
I'll be quite
crazy.
proud of that.
Well, if I ever do watch a match where somebody is really going for the serve and it's really effective and they get 90% in, that's too good. But I've not seen it to this date.
I'm trying to think of someone who might come up with stats like that. Nick Kyrgios?
No, he misses loads of serves. He absolutely nails it.
Yeah. He does take the risk.
15.
It's the same from the back of the court as well. We always think that low unforced errors is good, but if you are an aggressive player, if you're a Boulter or a Christie, if you only hit one unforced error in each set, you probably have not been doing
You played within
enough.
yourself.
Yeah, of course.
You need to make sure that the
Okay,
winners
Boulter.
column
One game all. First
just
serve.
outweighs the unforced errors column. So like her opponent, Boulter holds to 50 in the first service game. And I think it's the same. It doesn't matter whether you're playing part tennis with a sponge ball with your brother in your living room. If you are playing points and games, it's just settling yourself in whatever level, getting that hold of serve.
Yeah, the first few games you do tend to have a little bit of a different mindset. You might just bring your targets in, just try and not hit too many unforced errors, and you would try and bring it down. You know, for example, as I say, again with the big hitters, you might say to them, okay, you get one unforced error per game in the first, say, 3 games. Then after that, you can start opening up a bit more.
Love.
That's good movement, though, from Boulter. Really good chasing. And the area that she's really improved is the recovery. That first step, it's so much more explosive than it used to be, because when you're tall, it's so much harder to change the direction so quickly. You slam on the brakes, and it's really difficult to get back in the court. But that's an area that's greatly improved over the years.
Love.
There's the sunshine that I promised everyone. I think it's going to get up to about 27 today.
Wow.
Because it was really cold at the start of the week.
Yeah.
Genuinely cold.
Yeah. There were coats out.
British summertime.
Love.
That's a shame on that last shot. I thought the return was great. It's one of my favourite shots from Boulter, when she just leans through the return and just fires it dead flat right to the feet of the server. It can be so effective. It's great because it goes over the lowest part of the net, biggest part of the court, so your risk is really low, and it means she just absolutely goes for it.
Christie.
Huge serve to wrap up game number 3.
Christie
So we've
leads
just
2
got
games to 1
a
for
couple of
serves.
games against the serve in these opening 3. So both players having settled in well, but Christie with the advantage 2-1. I always think, I mean, you might completely contradict me here and say that's wrong, because you are competitive animals, you want to win every time you go out on court. But an event like this, different to a standard calendar event, of course you want to win, there's money up for grabs. But I guess each individual player has different goals. So for Katie Boulter, probably expected to win because of her ranking. This is just her 4th match after 19 weeks with no tennis. You've got other players. Jodie Burridge had a 3rd ankle operation last year. You've got Christie saying her aim for this year is to stay fit. So while of course you want to compete and win, I imagine that each player has their own individual aims and goals from this week.
Oh, for sure. And for somebody like Boulter, if we look at just the semi-final lineup, she's the only one who is coming in pretty cold. I mean, extremely cold. No matches, as you say, for a long time. So she's really putting herself on the line. She already got a target on her back. And it's not every day that somebody like Freya Christie gets to play a former top 100 player, and somebody who you could easily argue is still at that level, but has just had some injury struggles and will be back at that level soon enough. And I think... so you've got kind of that difference, and then you've got Alicia Barnett, who came in a little late and I think has just played so consistently well. Really, she has performed incredibly well to get to the semi-finals.
Love.
Yeah, the players are calling their own lines. There can be some intervention from the chair if needed, but largely left up to the players. There's a stress fracture of the back for Katie Boulter that she picked up during Fed Cup last year, having started 2019 really well, got the 2nd round in Australia.
$30-15.
That must be so frustrating to be doing as well as you're doing and then know that you're going to be sidelined for a lengthy amount of time. But still young Boulter, 23. Lovely striking from Christie.
Yes, really good. Really using her game to the max. And in her match yesterday, we saw this in the first set. It was nice and aggressive, clean hitting. She really leans through the ball with her shoulders nicely as well. But then it really tailed off, and that most of it was the mindset. She just slipped back into trying to rally and to out-rally somebody like Alicia Barnett. It's tough at the best of times. So she's got to stick with this. This is the way that will work for her. This is what we've seen actually through the week from Boulter. The big strikers that we've got around, which we've got a few, Christie here, we have Burridge as well. They get that big strike in, and you could see there Christie had hit it so deep, so cleanly. She just leant forward onto the toes, expecting a short ball, but somebody with the experience level of Boulter can deal with that. Maybe she'll struggle after 2 or 3 of those shots, but one shot, she'll get it back deep, no problem, and then suddenly Christie was on the back foot. And again, it's just because Christie's not used to playing players of that level. Just need to adjust your expectations, your anticipation.
Again, it's that forehand. She really opens up on the forehand side, Christie. It's lent into that. The weight of shot in that forehand. Cleanly struck, keeps the game alive.
Advantage, Boulter. Game, Boulter.
That's a good hold from Katie Boulter.
Games all, first
Under a bit
sets.
of pressure there from Freya Christie. A couple of games apiece. Here's what, coming up to 11:30 in the morning on Friday. Finally the clouds start to clear, and wonderfully the ones that are there of the white variety.
Again, some good striking there from Christie, but Boulter just getting down low, dealing with the pace. No problem, just got a glimpse of Coach Jeremy Bates in the background, has worked with Boulter for a number of years now. It's always nice if Jeremy's clapping your backhand volley winner. Can say that's never happened when I was on the court. I'm sure he wanted to. He had great volleys. Still does.
Yeah. Christie, based out of Nottingham. She also works as a coach, helps out the other students there.
That's just Boulter talking about the serve that came to her, saying it was tough for her to call. It's just a shadow in that corner of the service box. The good news is it's right under the nose of the umpire, so I'm sure she'll get some help.
Second serve.
Just see how rushed Christie was there off of that return once again. Boulter missed the one before, but it's a pretty successful return. It's the most popular return on the women's tour. Will be effective against Christie, who just has a little bit of a heavy landing on the serve. And again, it's again one of the difficulties. You know, I was saying that she needs to really go for her serve. But that then leaves her vulnerable, because the more you drive up, the more you hit through, the more you release and go for the pace, the heavier you land, the longer it takes to get back, to explode out of that position, to be ready for the shot. But because you've hit the ball harder, you've got much less time before the ball's back at you. So you just have to do it really quickly.
thought she got it, Christie. I mean, the forehand down the line's been working so well for Christie today. But again, perfectly placed for the chair just to get involved on that call. At the end of this game, I'll update you with what's taking place elsewhere, other semi-finals on the court.
First serve. Advantage, Boulter.
And with that, we have our first break point of this semi-final.
Game, Boulter.
Well, disappointing for Christie, as you can see there.
Boulter leads
Dumping
3
the
games to
racket on
2,
the
first
ground.
sets.
Katie Boulter with the advantage with the early break, leading by 3 games to 2, just really pushing it and going for it. Christie on that second serve. Elsewhere, I mentioned we have other semi-finals because we have the Division 1 singles semi-finals to complete before the Premier doubles semi-finals that are featuring a majority of the players that are going to be on the centre court. Erin Richardson, 4-1 over Neil Miller, and just had a point there for 5-1, but Miller pulls it back. Jodie Burridge and Maya Lumsden in conversation. Burridge will be up next on this court. Looking very relaxed. It's been a good return to tennis for Burridge with the amount of tennis she's played and a title and a runner-up spot.
She's maxed out, isn't she,
Yeah.
really? Played all the matches available, needs to get through the semi-final just to tick that box on 3 particular weeks.
And it's a nice day to be sitting outside and watching a little bit of tennis.
It is, but there aren't many people.
No, it is
Shame.
behind closed doors.
Most people watching are watching on the
But
TV or their
hopefully,
computer
if
screens.
they've got their computer, they can be in the garden with your
Yeah.
laptop on a table in the garden. You don't have to be sitting in a darkened room.
Need a long charger for
Well,
that
it depends where your garden is in relation to your kitchen, living room
plug.
plug. Might have an outdoor plug. But yes, it's a nice day. So Boulter with a break, early advantage, 3-2. Can you teach an aggressive mindset? You spoke earlier about Christie and sometimes maybe doesn't have the right aggressive mindset.
Yeah, absolutely. It's really, so much of it is about your understanding of the game and, again, understanding that risk and reward and what you're actually looking for. It's tough because for somebody like Christie, her entire life she would have been told by coaches everywhere to stop missing so much. From
Yeah.
probably, I mean, I had that from being a junior. It's just so ingrained in that's what people expect of you. And the only way that you're going to do well and win matches is, obviously there's something in it. You've got to get the ball over and in. You know, they're not terrible coaches, but it's just something that, you know, you have a game style like Christie and as I say myself, it's such a constant theme through your life that it can really change and warp the way you actually see the game, and understanding that a bit of risk is great. Errors are good.
40 love.
You need to make errors. I mean, especially if she wants to come out here and beat Boulter. She's got a few breakpoint breakback point chances here. But if she wants to do that, sorry, my mistake.
Yeah, Boulter in control at this point.
Definitely, just the wrong way around. But if she wants to really give that a go, you can't just come out and be consistent and play within yourself.
But I guess it's
Boulter
having
leads 4 games to 2, first
the
set.
confidence to be able to make the errors and not to panic. You know, you miss a few and you suddenly start panicking, so you retreat and go back to what you know best. It's having the confidence to stick with it.
Yes.
Consolidation of the break for Boulter. Clean hold to love. Now the pressure on the shoulders of Freya Christie.
Again, that return is just so effective. It's effective at all levels. Christie really just struggling to regain her balance after the serve and be in a good position. If I were her, as soon as she's landed, just get down low, get the feet out wide, just be so ready for that coming back at her.
It's been good movement by Boulter today.
Especially, I mean, talking about that return, you really want to try and take that return away from Boulter because it's such a low risk shot and she can go really high with the aggression on it. It's very comfortable. Whereas you kind of want to force her to try and go cross court or down the line, play with more angles, closer to the lines, over higher parts of the net.
Fifteen, 30.
I think she left that thinking it was going long and then realised it landed on the baseline.
Thirty all. Forty, 30.
Serve is looking much better today than it did yesterday, I think, already. Good pace, really finding the spots nicely.
Game, Christie.
Yeah, good hold from Freya Christie.
Boulter
Keeps
leads
the
4 games to 3,
deficit
first set.
to just one breaker serve. Two semi-finals on this court, followed by tie-break 10s. Excited about that.
Busy day.
Busy day.
A lot of tennis.
If someone hasn't seen tie-break 10s, it's worth watching from 6 o'clock. Because this is the first time in the UK there's been an all-female woman tie-break 10, and only the third time ever it's been an all-female event.
Yeah. It's going to be good.
Money to be won, fast-paced, furious. Nick Lester and Rob Curling controlling the commentary, chatting to people.
Winner takes all, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, I like that.
Yeah. I think that would make me nervous. I think I was a bit scared.
Time.
Wouldn't have been very good in this situation. Just looked around, seeing that Jamie Murray is here today in casual clothes, not tennis clothes.
I think he's in his tournament director role. He's not tournament director of this tournament, but he was, of course, of the men's Battle of the Brits, and he will be for the mixed event coming up in a few weeks' time. Maybe he's just sussing a few things out. Got to put in the groundwork before the event gets going.
Yeah, he said he's never going to look at a tournament director this over again. Now he knows exactly what they go through.
Yeah. I wonder whether it is something he'll move into. Quite a few players seem to be going that way.
4-3, Boulter with the break first set.
Love 15.
Good front foot striking from Christie there.
We're just having a couple of gremlins in the works. Camera 1 has been invaded by gremlins. Well, we're having this wonderful shot of Christie, so we're going to do a lot of analysis on Freya Christie, the footwork, the movement, and we can see from a side of our commentary box the other side of the court. So between us, we've got it covered.
Well, Mark Taylor, Freya Christie's coach, if you're watching.
I love this angle.
I hope you
just
are.
Watch his play.
We requested this just for you. Oh, okay, well, now we get to summer Boulter for Jeremy. Jeremy's here.
He can see the whole court.
It's interesting. I always think it's something quite important to do as a coach. You, of course, spend the majority of the time watching the whole match, but sometimes you can get sucked into what fans do, is that you watch the ball and you actually miss 80% of what your player is doing.
That was Will You Be Quick? It's just trying to get rid of the gremlins.
That's us.
From the that is us. Might have to wait till the end of the game.
15, 13.
That one just a little long. You could see it really swinging into the body of Christie, though. Yeah, so I always try and
get footage of just your player.
Not even just footage, just when you are actually there, as I say, you do watch the whole match. You want to see where their balls are landing, but you know, that's only part of it, what they're doing. I mean, a lot of the time, errors come from positioning and footwork, and if you're not paying attention to your player, then you won't really know what that's about.
I think that must be us again. Us as
Shall we whisper?
We're a team.
30 all.
Oh, up the ladder again.
But you look at that view of Boulter as a coach, and that's excellent. Lots of little steps around the ball. You can see she's leaning forward, always looking to be aggressive.
Game, Boulter.
Another hold for Katie Boulter.
Leads 5 games to 3, first set.
So it's a game away from the first set. Semi-finals day here at the Progress Tour Women's Championships. Again, we're just sorting out some trouble with one of the cameras, but we still got another couple, which is good.
Backups.
We've got backups, so we can still see the players. We can follow the rest of it, paint the picture. So Christie serving to stay in the first set.
First serve.
There we go. whole court.
It's like a luxury now.
You can come back. Because unbeknownst to other people,
Love 15.
you'd shot your chair off outside of the commentary box to try and look at the rest of the court.
Yeah, I was just watching. We got a good view. We're right by the court.
Yeah, we are. We don't have to worry about spectators getting in the way.
No.
No heads of people and people wandering around.
All.
Lovely return
15,
from Boulter.
30.
It's tough when you go for that wide one. She's got such long levers on the forehand, really big reach, and you're always looking to try and get it out of the strike zone. But somebody who has that sort of ability, it's just such a big strike zone to try and avoid. You need to really swing it away.
First serve.
Well played from Christie.
Yeah, good depth, nice quality striking there, 3 in a row. And if she can keep delivering those sorts of numbers, 3 in a row, 4 in a row, then she will get an opportunity from Boulter.
Oh, beautifully finished off.
30-40.
And with it, set point for Katie Boulter.
Yeah, the game from the back of the court from Boulter has just improved so much through the week. And we mentioned at the beginning, of course, there's going to be an element of rust involved. The serve seemed to be firing because it's possibly the one shot you can do a lot of in lockdown. If you can't play with anybody else, you can still serve by yourself. Serve at your mat hanging off the washing line, as Christie did.
Set point Boulter. First to the semi-finals.
Yes.
On an average day,
Advantage,
how much of
Christie.
it would be spent practicing the serve?
Oof. I mean, that just dramatically varies.
In your case?
The majority of players don't practice the serve enough. Yeah, it varies from day to day, but I suppose within a week you would want to have some really good sessions in there. It's always going to be an element of your practice. It's very rare that you would practice and not hit any serves at all.
Yep.
It's always going to be a thread whether you're playing points.
Deuce.
But really, no reason why you can't be looking at 4 to 5 dedicated serving sessions. If you're going to go a little bit longer and really try and get your arm a bit tired and do quite a few reps, you might keep that down to maybe 3. You don't want to get injured in your shoulder. You need to try and build up that strength.
Advantage Boulter.
And with it, set point number 2. Second double fault for Christie in the match.
Yes.
Super serve. Just when she needed it. Has been looking pretty strong all the way through. Yeah, that was a pretty tricky
Advantage,
shot for
Boulter.
Christie to try and wrap her racket around. Had a little bit of inside cut on it as well. It was very clever from Boulter. Stayed down really low, which is perfect for an approach shot.
Brings up set point number 3. The former world number 82 has this protected ranking of 85 to enable her to get back into the swing of things and get access to tournaments, Grand Slams.
Yes.
That was a bit of a tame return. Yeah, and for the protected ranking, you've got a certain amount of time to use it, but one imagines that, I mean, there's been no official word on it so far, but with the rankings being extended with some extra time, you imagine that Boulter will get some extra months on the board to be able to use it.
I liken it to a theme park, which is
Advantage,
near where we
Boulter.
live. And we had a year's membership, and they have extended it for the amount of time that we were locked down. So giving you an extra, I think, 4 months.
Yeah.
So you would think a similar thing would apply, because it's not like she just couldn't do anything with it.
Yeah.
Game. game, first set. Boulter, 6-3.
And there it is, the first set for Katie Boulter. On the fourth set point, she took the opportunity, having got the break in the fifth game of the first set. She was able to close things out and wrap things up, and I think she'll be pretty happy with that, Naomi. 6-3.
Yeah, I thought it was a pretty good effort from Christie. You can see what her game plan is, what she's trying to do. She's absolutely trying to be more aggressive than she was yesterday, and she knows she has to. The requirements are pretty high when you're taking on somebody like Boulter. But I think Boulter's dealt with it really nicely. Her game has just tidied up as the week has gone on. From the back of the court, she's looking very comfortable absorbing the pace from Freya, getting good depth. Those returns right at the feet of Christie after some really strong serves have been excellent as well. And as I say, it's never fun when you feel like you've actually played a pretty good set and you've been in it and you've kind of come out on the wrong end of it 6-3. But definitely some positives for Christie to keep doing that, and just has to try and force just a little bit of a higher level, just maybe a little bit more on the shots, staying in for one longer, a few less unforced errors. And as I say, it sounds like an awful lot to take on, because I'm saying that she needs to be more aggressive and needs to make more balls. But you're playing something like Boulter, those are the requirements that she's setting out on the court quite clearly. I would be surprised if the level of Boulter really flinched at all through this match. She's looking very comfortable with where she's at.
Yeah, she certainly is. I have to say, though, I spoke to Freya Christie after her win over Maya Lumsden in her first group game, and she'd been trailing in that match, and she was able to turn it around. And she said that she does find it difficult at times mentally when she gets in those difficult positions, but she was really pleased with the mindset of that match, that she was able to turn it around and come through Lumsden. It's just something she's got to keep the head up, keep the confidence, and as you say, keep going for it.
Second set, Boulter to serve. Love 15.
Another set to bring you. Erin Richardson took the first set 6-2 over Nell Miller, and she's currently, Richardson, got points for 3-love in the second set in that Division 1 semi-final.
Love 13.
She's got to be careful here, Boulter, because yesterday she played a very strong first set. I think today's level is definitely a step up from that, but still it was very good. And she just dropped the concentration a little bit at the start of the second, and ended up trailing and having to fight her way back into it before taking it on the tie break. That was against Jodie Burridge, of course.
Now immediate
Love
opportunities
14.
here for Christie to get off to the best possible start in set 2.
And concentration is one of those things that I totally took for granted when I was a player, and I only realised that you actually have to really train your concentration to be able to last a long time, pretty much when I stopped playing. Because I stopped for a significant amount of time, for months, I suppose. This was at the end of my career, and then went and played matches, and I just couldn't maintain the concentration for longer than a set, and it would just go and be thinking about different things. And you know, possibly that's something that is happening with the players, because as we mentioned, this sort of layoff never happens unless it's for an injury.
See, I'm currently homeschooling twin 5-year-old boys who have 0 concentration levels. So
a long way to go.
Just getting them to concentrate just for, I know they're only 5, so expectations are very different, but boy, crikey, 2 minutes and they're done. 1 break point remaining.
Due.
So I like that Christie was looking to go for that. She was inside the court. She wanted to give it a crunch. I think that's a good thing. As I say, she doesn't want to back off on those big moments. Boulter's too good for that. She'll be able to deal with it. But she did go for a very risky shot off of that particular return with that backhand down the line off of quite a low strike.
Oh, big hitting from both. Well, it's a great
First
hold
game,
for
second set.
Katie Boulter. If there was any kind of trouble with concentration at the start of that second set, she turned things around from love 40. Take the first game of set 2. It's quite, I imagine, a difficult ask to get someone to concentrate at that kind of level for that amount of time and play with that kind of intensity.
Well, yeah, and just the fact that you're doing it week in, week out, it just kind of becomes second nature, really, doesn't it? So it's yeah, it's something that you just don't, you don't ever deliberately try and work on it. It just comes with playing matches, playing in different conditions week after week. You know, we always talk about the relentless nature of tennis, and that's it. It keeps you in that sharpness, and the mentality is a big part of that.
And as you say, we've now just had 3 or 4 months where there haven't been matches. There hasn't really been anything to work for. Important game this now for Freya Christie. I'll drop that first set and those break points in that previous game. She's got to stand strong here against Katie Boulter.
Yeah, Christie trying to punch her way through
15.
Boulter through the middle of the court there. I wouldn't say that's a particularly wise move from her part. Boulter, contact point, didn't flinch. And if you're doing that, what you're trying to do is push the balance backwards, push the balance of your opponent onto their heels, try and get that contact a little bit later. You're trying to rush them, but Boulter's just looking so comfortable with that. Much better when she's just finding a bit of that width.
Beautifully done from the serve. It was a slightly different group, the Elena Baltaccia group, in the end as it turned out, because Katie Swan had to retire in her first match with a right hip injury, which meant there was one less player in that group, so not as many matches to play. So for Christie, it was a win over Lumsden and then losing to Alicia Barnett in 3 sets. I wouldn't mind to have to go and sort of keep rounding up the balls, because I think at a certain point in a match it gives you a bit of a breather. I'd quite
yeah, after a long
I'd
point.
make the most of it.
We haven't had many long points
No,
in this
but
match,
still,
to be honest.
after an hour or so.
We'll get some long points in the next match,
Yes.
I'm sure.
T15.
Yeah, sometimes if you need a bit of a breather, the ball kids can be a bit too ready.
Yeah, don't give it to me yet.
Just think, hang on, I need to walk to the back first,
Yeah.
and I'll come back.
Have a towel, just take a bit of time. And now
Or-
you can just wander off rounding up your balls.
Or if you're really struggling, the general trick is to, if you're playing, say, normal times with lines judges and ball kids, that sort of thing, the only way you can buy yourself some extra time, sneakily, is by, when you go to serve, bounce the ball on your foot, so it rolls away.
Oh, that's...
Just buys you an extra 5 seconds or so.
Really?
No tennis player in the history of playing tennis has accidentally bounced it on their foot. It's quite easy to not do that. It always happens to be after a really long point as well. Ball just and then they tend to do this kind of, oh, man, I've lost the ball. Try and overact it.
There's the hold for Christie.
Balls, please. One game all,
I
second
didn't know
set.
that. I just thought it was due to a bit of fatigue and you sort of lose control of your ball and off it goes.
Insider knowledge.
I see.
Then you just kind of stroll over to go and pick it up again. I wonder what the situation will be with when it comes to ball kids when we return to the tour. It seems like there's been some, well, there's of course been some changes here at the Battle of the Brits. All the British tournaments we've had no ball kids. US Open planning on having ball people, not children, so they're going to be adults doing it.
Because you need less people to look after the children. Because people,
Less people on site.
because some people are saying, well, children, from what we know of this virus, aren't affected as badly, but you need more people to be looking after the children. You can't
You
have
got all the parents picking them up
have
at
like
4
some
o'clock in the morning.
rogue children wandering. Yeah, you need the parents there. So they will be adults. And I think gloves, that's an easy thing. And
Yeah, no towels. But I think
no.
we can probably get rid of that anyway.
That's
It's about time that there's been chat about that for a while, hasn't there?
Yeah.
So seems
the,
like a
the
good move.
hygiene of handing a soggy, wet towel to a player and back.
At the American
love.
women's team event in Charleston, they did have ball kids, but then they used they had almost like a small, it's a very mini ball picker-upper. You get those tubes, so they didn't have to touch the balls at all.
A tube? Like
Yeah.
a tin of balls tube?
Yeah, like that, and then you just kind of squash it on the ball. It's slightly narrower than a normal tin of balls.
So you can squash it in.
almost,
Otherwise,
yeah,
it would
squash
just,
it.
otherwise it'd be pointless.
Wouldn't
You
fall.
just like a magic trick. Where's the ball?
30 love.
But I wonder if it will be, will we move more towards ball people just to reduce
Fewer
on
people.
site? Or will they just always be wearing gloves and use these ball picker
Or at some tournaments, they have like little lacrosse sticks.
Yeah, little sort of nets to pick it
Scooper
up.
thingy, but then they can lob it, and then that's less hands on the ball.
Yeah.
We have to get used to a new normal.
There's good striking from both players out here. That last one is a little bit of a miss-hit from Christie, just changing up the pace. A bit accidentally, really, because it just kind of flew off her racket, went quite high. But on the whole, the quality of shot, if we had a little splattergram, I'm going to call it, I'm sure there's a better name for it.
I
But
was going to say that is
sort of-
not the technical term for it.
for where all of the balls are bouncing, I think we would be seeing that Boulter's shots are just that little bit deeper and on the whole.
Splatterground. Didn't even sound nice.
That's what I've always called it.
30 all.
And again, it's something that does really change as you move up the rankings, because you get to a certain point with women's tennis, where actually people don't really care how hard you hit it. If you're always going to hit it in between the service line and halfway between the service line and the baseline, in that nice zone. I mean, somebody like Boulter, she's not bothered if you're absolutely slamming down every shot. Loving this intensity from Christie, really trying to up her level, hanging in the longer rallies. And actually it's Boulter that's losing her balance a little.
First breakpoint opportunity of the semi-final for Freya Christie. Can she nudge ahead early on in set 2?
Yes.
Well covered by Boulter.
The advantage, Boulter.
Yeah, she's looking sharp. It's the first real drop shot we've seen played, and it wasn't a bad one actually from Christie. It's just that final volley needed a bit more stick. If she'd have been a step further forward, might have been able to really get that past Boulter, but great movement from her.
Yes. Advantage, Christie.
Just a little bit more pressure coming from Christie now, and that's just starting to affect Boulter. You can really feel that Christie had a chat with herself at the end of the first set and said, look, you were close there. If you can just squeeze out just that little bit more, do it on the more important points, just one shot extra, might be able to really start getting the score moving.
First serve. There's another one under the Babylon line there. Yeah.
That's the job of the chair umpire. They've got to keep an eye on all these rogue balls flying everywhere. Multitasking. Well defended off the serve there from Christie. That nearly knocked her over. What she does do is convert
Christie leads 2-1, second set.
her second
Boulter.
break point opportunity, and it does nudge her ahead, as you said, Naomi. The mindset, the aggression from Christie has been on point from the start of set 2.
It has. It's been very impressive. She's just tweaked it ever so slightly. Just trying to put a little bit more pressure on Boulter, because she was, on the whole, reasonably comfortable in that first set. It was absolutely a challenge for her, but she managed to rise to it. And now Christie asking her some new questions.
See the sun shining down on the National Tennis Centre, which is, it's a very impressive building. You were talking me through it earlier, so to the right as we look, that's sort of the players' section, is that right?
Yeah, so that's the courts. There's sort of a lounge area. That's where all of the accommodation is as well. Physios, gym, everything. The players walk in and turn left into that section. They're
Right.
coming in the opposite direction to where we're looking now.
Okay.
And then on the left of the screen, we've got, that's all the offices. So that's everything else in British tennis: participation, competitions, schools, facilities, all those different sort of areas of the game that need to be covered.
It's empty at the moment with the stay-at-home work policy. So Freya Christie, with the advantage for the first time in this semi-final, has a doubles semi-final to play a little bit later with her partner Jodie Burridge, who'll be next on this court against Alicia Barnett, who's also in doubles action. And then we've got the tiebreak 10s event from 6 o'clock, and you'll be able to see that by the BBC Sport website and digital platforms. It's a fun event if you haven't seen one before.
15 love. Love.
Two serves, just overwhelming Boulter with pace there. She had a racket on it. She hit a clean strike, but just couldn't get any sort of control. Just pressing now. It was good depth. She got herself a shorter ball. It wasn't necessarily a short ball that she could put away. Needs to try and settle.
Christie.
What's that? You back up a break, hold to love.
Christie leads 3-1, second sets.
For Christie, she's got to just keep her foot down, keep this going. There might be a period of time where a few more errors come in. That's the nature of having a big hitting game. You just got to keep with it, keep the intensity high, give yourself the best chance. Sometimes it's almost a little bit easier when you're playing so she's playing of course, a much more experienced opponent in Boulter today than she did in Barnett yesterday. But it can be a little bit easy because it takes so much of the decision making out of it. I mean, she's not going to get through this match by just getting the ball in. She has to try and put her game out on the court and try and dictate. Whereas against Barnett, okay, it would be better for her to dictate. There still is that option. She still might get over the line, just kind of really running around and making balls.
15-all.
It's such a decision-making based sport, and decision-making is an exhausting part of the mentality of tennis. It's really difficult if you're really on it with every single shot, making the best possible decision any particular time. It's very draining. Yeah, negativity just starting to come now for Boulter. It's just been a little bit of a letdown in this second set, and Christie's upped it. But yeah, so some players, sometimes you can have the surface dictates a lot of the decisions for you. So for example, if you're sort of a very balanced player and you can do a little bit of everything, maybe a sort of a balanced baseliner from the back of the court.
Just to say, our gremlin has returned to camera one. He quite liked his position there.
Yeah.
So he has just come back.
But for example, you can have players that play really well on clay and grass, which doesn't seem to make much sense. And they struggle more on the hard courts because the clay kind of makes all the decisions for you. You have to play longer, you have to go more cross-court, you can't really fight against it. And on the grass, similarly, you have to be up at the baseline on the front foot. You can't step back.
So hard court, you've got too many options almost.
Yeah, and hard court, you can kind of choose how you want to play. Either way can work.
Game, Boulter.
Yeah, good hold there for Katie Boulter. A little bit
Christie
frustrated
leads,
during that game.
Second set.
But was able to pull it through, but it's still Christie with the break. And it comes back to, again, tennis is an individual sport. I know on the WTA Tour they have coaching. It is allowed, but largely you're out there on your own. You've got your game plans, but you have to be the one to make the decision.
Yeah, you only get a chat here and there. It's only once a set, really, isn't it? Maybe a little extra if somebody has an injury timeout, but yeah, once I said, it's not a huge amount of coaching information you're allowed in comparison to a lot of other sports, so it's still definitely on the light side. But as I say, it's a totally open sport, lots of decisions to make. You're going to make a lot of mistakes. I mean, you're hitting hundreds of balls, thousands of balls out there. So you're going to get some wrong, but it's about how you get them wrong, when you get them wrong. And that's really the big difference as you move up the levels.
The decision-making is such a key part of it. Being able to adapt, get yourself out of a position where you're not in the right mindset. It's just you out there. You have to turn it around.
Yeah, and it's also this misunderstanding, I think, of what discipline is, for example. I mean, people think that discipline is just getting the ball in, which, well, that's being consistent. That's something different. But
I mean, it's helpful.
It's part of the game. You've got to have some element of it. But, you know, you have to make the right decisions. If you're not being aggressive when the opportunity is there, that's poor discipline as well. You need to be disciplined enough to read the ball coming to you, look at the information, and make a smart decision based on the score, the situation, where your opponent is on the court, what's been working for you through the match. There's always different elements to take into consideration.
So 3-2 Christie with the break in this second set, first semi-final, the Progress Tour Women's Championships.
Love 15.
And a result to bring you, Erin Richardson is through to the final in the Division 1 singles. Straight set 6-2, 6-2 win over Nell Miller. So congratulations to Erin.
First serve.
We've got a slightly different angle right now as the Gremlin continues to do its thing in camera one.
Well, this is where the coaches like to sit.
Yeah.
Most matches, they like to take up position one corner by the baseline.
So we have a coach eye view.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's amazing. I find this, however many matches I watch in tennis, fascinating how momentum changes so quickly in the sport of tennis.
Yeah, particularly in the women's game. It does shift around a lot quicker. That's why you get some topsy-turvy score lines. I mean, everybody knows you can get a 6-1, 2-6, 6-1 sort of three-setter going on. And we're not getting that here. This is competitive throughout, but it does move quickly. And the reason for that,
30-15.
the fact that there's a little bit more with the women, is just that we don't have a 130-mile-an-hour serve. You can just pop in a few times to make sure you hold. So we're in a much more neutral situation after the serve far more frequently. So you have to work much harder to get out of the games, and it means that, you know, if somebody's better than you from the back of the court, significantly better, you're going to be struggling to get games on the board. Whereas with the guys, they can tend to just hold some service games by making that first serve and keeping the percentage up. But it's still a 6-4 set on the ATP. It can feel like a 6-1 set. It could feel very, very one-sided, even though there was only one break.
I did see one men's match that was love 6, 6 love. 3-setter, 6 love. Still don't understand it.
Everything starting to go Christie's way, really. Yeah, it's just really part of the women's game. It's just something that's very frequently commented on, but very rarely explained. It's quite simple, really. If you take the men's game and you've got Novak Djokovic playing somebody ranked 100 and they play full out, the guy ranked 100 is going to get some games on the board. But if you took away the serve and return and did it out of the hand, you'd be barely winning points.
Some people will see it as a negative, but explained like that, it's not a negative, it's just simply they are using what they have.
Oh, well, I say we don't have the luxury of a 130-mile-an-hour serve we can just pop in. And, you know, if you're feeling the momentum shift against you, you can say, right, I'm just going to take 5 miles an hour off my serve, get the first serve in, and you've won your service game. And, I mean, most of the time it's quite a frequent occurrence, whereas with the women, you can't. You have to keep really going for that serve to try and get it done. You don't have that cushion. Except I'd say maybe Serena has had that through the years, because she has
incredible serve,
extraordinary serve, and the amount of power that she possesses. But it's also the knock-on effect that it has as well, because then it makes you a bit more anxious, because you don't feel like you can just roll through a few service games. It makes you more anxious at the beginning of matches, because you just feel so neutral all of the time. And as I say, when things can start to slip away from you, it really can snowball a lot easier. You can't just put a stop to that momentum and say, no, I'm not allowing it to go any further. I mean, you can, but it's just nowhere near as easy.
It's harder.
Yeah, the guys have all the luxury. No, but that's how I put it anyway.
Katie Boulter?
It's easy for them.
Easy life.
No, I'm joking. It's just a very different way of playing.
It's working with what you
love.
have at your disposal.
Yeah.
Which in the men's game is largely a much bigger serve.
Yeah, there are lots of differences. Changes the return position as well for the women, so they tend to be much further up on the second serve return. The men drop way, way, way back behind where the back fence would be.
Just generally lots of differences.
I think Nadal will be on court 3.
What was that book? Men are from Mars, Women are from Venus?
Something like that.
Sums it up, doesn't it? Yeah, Nadal, I don't think it's big enough here, is it? It just keep going. Him and Dominic Thiem would just disappear facing each other.
Love.
And then also, just to add to my point, because we have been talking about it, just one more detail.
No, go for it.
And then I'll leave it.
No.
But because
I'm just going to let you go for it.
because of the difference in upper body strength relative to body weight, we don't get as much kick on the serve, as much height on the serve, which that's what makes the returners in the women's game stand so much closer to the baseline. It also means that it's more in the strike zone. So I think everybody's who is a tennis fan is aware that the return game in women's is so important. It's very, very aggressive. Second serves, first serves. They're really looking to try and get on top there.
40-15.
Anything else?
I mean, there's an awful lot more, but we'll leave it there.
Once again, if you're just joining us thinking, oh, this is a interesting angle. It is. We do have another angle, but one of our cameras doesn't like heat. I don't like heat. It really doesn't like heat. It's just melted. I don't think literally. It's got a heat stroke. So we're tending to that. But as Naomi said, this is kind of a coach eye view of the match.
Game Boulter.
She
Christie
keeps
leads,
within
4 games to
striking
3,
distance.
second
Boulter's
set.
still
First set,
dangerous in
Boulter.
this position, even though she's a breakdown in this second set. Just staying with Christie, coming through the service games. Still to come, we've got Alicia Barnett, one of the founders of the Progress Tour Women's Championships, together with Olivia Nichols, her doubles partner, Barry Fulcher, the tournament director, and Alicia Barnett will be taking on Jodie Burridge, which I'm looking forward to.
Yeah, should be a good match, that.
Clouds are being burnt off, sun is shining. It's only affecting our camera to date. It's a nice day for tennis. Premier doubles semi-finals to come, but they will have to wait a little bit because you will have to get the players suitable rest, because 90% of them are involved in these singles semi-finals. There's the sun waiting for it all. Oh, I don't like that cloud.
I was going to say, the sun is going away.
It really is. Right before our eyes.
Well, it was nice for a while.
Yeah, it was. So as the sun disappears, the player's about to resume. Christie still with the advantage in this second set with the breaker serve.
Love 15.
It's the first double fault of this second set. She had a couple in the first set, Christie, pushing on that second serve.
Fifteen all.
It's a really good angle to actually see the pace, isn't it? Coming down. Really not a huge amount of time to react.
(40-15).
These are some heavy serves coming down from Freya Christie. Oh, off she goes to get the ball.
Yeah, she really has found a nice zip on the ball today. And again, it's a necessity, so she knew that she had to find that high level. Especially Boulter's returns are looking really good. That's what happens right in the slot there on the forehand side, just not quite as much pace. A few miles per hour down, and Katie firing it down the line.
Unbeaten so far this week, Katie Boulter, Alice Gillen, Emily Arbuthnot and Jodie Burridge, the victories, and yet to drop a set.
Deuce.
Well, a chance here for Boulter. Work her way back into this set. It's been important that she's just stayed in touch. And this is one of the things, when you're the more experienced player, you have to be talking positively in your mind. Okay, she's a little bit down in this second set, and we know that Christie's playing very well. But just telling yourself, you're the one with the experience. You played against Elina Svitolina, world number 5 at the beginning of the year. You can deal with this.
And also to remain patient, not to panic.
Yeah, and having the belief that, you know, if Christie could keep this up under all of the pressure, well then surely she'd be ranked higher than she is.
Yeah, she's currently sitting at
Advantage,
643
Christie.
in the world rankings for Christie, but has been as high as 286.
Yeah, and it's not a negative towards Christie. It's just that that's kind of how you need to speak to yourself when you're in this situation and say, come on, stay with her. Can she really do this? If we get this to 5-all, can she really come out with this? Love that forehand in the middle, the low forehand that she just took a really long, wide step to there, Boulter. Got such good penetration and timing from that shot.
And she keeps this game alive as she just starts to get Christie to question herself and the position she's in.
Yeah, whenever somebody comes up with something that's too good, and players can do that, of course, you just say, okay, go on then, do it again. You need to win 48 points. Let's make sure that all 48 you have to win are going to be of your very best tennis. And that's, you know, when we say things like asking the question, that's the ultimate question to ask. Double faults creeping into this game, not making life easy.
Yeah, 3 double faults in this one game, 2 in the whole of the first set, and with it, Katie Boulter's first breakpoint opportunity of set 2 and a chance to break back.
Yes. Advantage, Christie.
Really good footwork there. The attention to detail around that central shot, the extra little steps. Really taking great care so that she's in the best possible position.
First serve.
Yeah, I can understand the frustration.
Boulter. Code violation, ball abuse. Warning, Christie.
Just the unforced errors, the double faults creeping in there. That final point to set herself up nicely.
Second opportunity for Katie Boulter to break back, get us level in the second set. Good serving once again from Christie. Importance of this particular game rising with every passing point. You feel the complexion would change completely if Boulter can break back here.
Advantage, Christie.
Oh, can't believe she missed that one. There was a huge space on the cross court there. Not sure if Boulter was expecting Christie to dash over, but she held on her side.
If you're just joining us, we have a slightly different angle because I think one of our cameras has got heat stroke. Such are the conditions.
I like it. I feel like I'm back in my coaching days. I want to kind of clap and support the player that's nearest to me each time. It's different, obviously, every time they change.
Neutral, you're in the commentary box.
Game, Christie.
That's a good hold. Oh, and that's
Christie leads.
how Katie Boulter felt about that. She had a couple of breakpoint opportunities to get back on serve, and with that hold, Christie moves to within a game of taking us to a decider.
Yeah, it's a sort of game where both of them had ample opportunity really to take it and miss those opportunities. So whoever lost the game was going to be pretty annoyed at the situation. Opportunity for Boulter to start turning things around, and for Christie, if she'd have lost that game, he would start feeling like, okay, well, this is getting tougher and tougher.
But she will now want to put some pressure on Christie.
15 love.
Put Christie in a position to serve out for the set, and all those, I imagine, questions that then go through your mind when you're in position to serve out a set.
Yeah, you say, go on then.
If you want it,
Go for it.
do it.
And I think the last game, as much as Boulter's frustrated, will give her a little bit of heart, because there was a touch of a wobble from Christie in that. She was a little bit lucky to get through it.
Excuse me. Do you mind just moving down a little bit? Thanks. You can see your head.
That's us, sorry. Not literally us. We're a team. That's our heat stroke camera.
15 all.
Wow, what a clean strike from Christie there. Real punch through the backhand, off the hip.
T15. T15. Game, Boulter.
And there it is. Katie Boulter will ask the question of Freya Christie if you want the set.
Christie
It
leads,
is yours
5
to
games
serve
second
out
set. First set, Boulter.
with that break 5-4. Another result to bring you. We have our Division 1 singles final set. I brought you earlier that Erin Richardson had beaten Nell Miller 6-2, 6-2, and I can now tell you that Amelia Bissett has come through against Olivia Nichols in straight sets. Nichols still got the doubles to contest a little bit later, but that is our Division 1 singles final set, which Nick and Naomi will bring you commentary of tomorrow. Richardson against Bissett.
Excellent. Looking forward to it. Richardson's been playing really well through the week. Bissett, a great young player.
Here we go then. Freya Christie with a chance to take us into a deciding set. This is the best of 3 tie-break sets, remember. So the set, but only 3 balls on the racket of Freya Christie, just as she hit one out of the court.
Love 15. Wide. 15 off.
Well, Boulter said come on, and Christie said wide. Boulter just checking with the umpire, but it's pretty tough for them to they're only supposed to be overruling if it's clear, and that's on the far line. It was a very quick shot, and it was pretty close.
First serve. $30-15.
See how Christie really just pulled up on that one. It was a low ball, and you need the confidence to stay down, keep your head over the ball and commit, drive through the back of it. And just that little bit of doubt creeps in. She pulled the shoulders up, popped the head up, and then just lifted the ball out the back of the court. It's been an interesting development in the second set. Not something I expected, actually, in all the different scenarios that played out in my head. Not that Christie would win the second set. I mean, that's not necessarily massively surprising, although it is impressive. But that she'd be coming out on top of the long rallies quite often in this second set.
Set point, Freya Christie. Take us into a decider, the first of the semi-finals at the Progress Tour Women's Championships.
Deuce.
Good consistent work there from Boulter, just keeping Christie pinned fairly deep in the court.
Well, a miss hit working in the favour of Boulter in the end.
Advantage Boulter.
Oh, off she goes to get the balls because no one else can be touching the balls. So she is gone to retrieve and just gives Christie a little bit more time to think about the position that she finds herself in. Serving for the set. And now Boulter with an opportunity to get us back on serve in this second set.
Deuce.
But good serving when she needed it. Christie, and Boulter just annoyed that she didn't do more with it. Excellent.
Advantage Boulter.
Excellent from Boulter. Break point opportunity number 2.
Yeah, just a nice little shuffle up the court to the forehand, taking it inside the baseline as early as possible. Letting Christie know that's not good enough. It's going to get punished.
Again, Boulter.
And that's why you asked the
5
question.
games all, second sets.
Because serving for the set, Katie Boulter's been able to break, and we are all square at 5-all.
Yeah, and you could just sense the demeanour of Christie just ever so slightly changing. That's that confidence just falling away because you suddenly get to a pressure moment. It's there for you. Okay, step up, take that second set. And it's about those moments. Can you deliver the tennis? Just seemed to lack a little in conviction with what she was doing, and it just became a bit patchy. We saw the few double faults in that previous service game. A couple of wild shots in that one.
Katie Boulter yet to drop a set this week. This is her 4th match in 4 days after 19 weeks with no matches. And now momentum just shifting back into the court of Boulter. Part of the LTA's Pro Scholarship Programme, the PSP programme Boulter. They have £80,000, which enables them to pay for coaches and other bits and pieces.
Oh,
15 all.
where did that come from? Off the back foot, deep in the middle of the court. Didn't look like there was an angle on at all, but Christie managing to find it.
shot from Christie.
Yeah, sounds like a lot of money, doesn't it? That, and it is a lot of money. There's no denying it. But
Tennis is an expensive sport.
It wouldn't be covering your expenses for the year.
You just take a bit of the pressure off.
Yeah, I mean, it covers most of your expenses. That's
Yes,
for
sir.
sure.
The coach being probably the biggest expense,
Yeah.
I would imagine. Jerry Bates now standing, looking a little bit pensive. Although you can't read much with the face mask.
Maybe it's a good way to go now for players. They can't read your reactions.
But they're not good for players that look to their coach for a little something in the box. The face mask's on. They can't get that little something.
Just far too
40,
obvious there
30.
from Christie on the drop shot. She really set up for it early. I think Boulter had taken 2 steps before she ended up playing the ball.
We've got a doubles match underway because I mentioned that 3 of the 4 singles semi-finalists are involved in the doubles, but it's all in one match, which does enable them to get the other doubles semi-final featuring Adesina, Cartel, Arbuthnot, Popescu onto court. It is underway, and we'll keep you up to date with the score there.
Yeah, I'd like you to talk me through that decision, Freya. Yeah, it was pretty ambitious from that spot on the court. I have to say, on the whole, I think she's actually been very good with the decision making, but it has a knack of going wrong on those crucial moments there.
Game, Boulter.
Great turnaround from Katie Boulter,
Leads 6 games to 5. Second set. And by 1 set to love.
who leads for the first time in this set since the very first game. And now all the pressure on the shoulders of Freya Christie, who'll be serving not just to stay in the set, but also to stay in the match. 6-5 Boulter. And again, an element of this, I don't know how much you'd put down to this, would come down to the experience of Boulter, having been in this position more often and knowing how to maybe handle the situation a little bit better.
Yeah, I think so. There's definitely an element for Christie, I think, to look at overall. If you look at her results over the past couple of years, she hasn't been able to win 3 matches in a row, I mean, at all, since 2017, apart from one, where 2 of those matches were in qualifying. And it's a combination. We talked a lot at the beginning. I was mentioning that she can have a tendency to fall into the passive mindset. She doesn't have that sort of relentless commitment to the aggressive game style, which, you know, I really believe is the way forward for her. So one match can be something like this, and another match can be a bit more like yesterday, where it was more rally based, wasn't looking to take control. But also, when you look at the schedule, she's relentlessly stuck to the higher tournaments. And I think if you're not getting 3 wins on the board in a row every so often, your confidence starts to chip away, and you need to make sure that, say, over a 3-month period, you're kind of winning 3 matches for every one that you lose, something around there. And that therefore your confidence won't get knocked. But it's been quite a long time. It's been a few years since Christie's been able to get 3 wins in a row at all.
So the suggestion would be to drop down a little bit to get the wins, to get the confidence, to go back up again.
Yeah, exactly. It's just something that you've always got to manage. I mean, if you're averaging over a 3-month period 5 wins for every loss, for example, well, you're either not in good enough tournaments or you're on your way to being #1 in the world. Again, crunch sort of time, and in comes the drop shot. I don't think we've seen a drop shot from Boulter throughout the entire match. We've seen a couple from Christie, but it's not been a feature of the match. So then to just try and put it in there when you're trying to break to win the match is, yeah, again, put it in the ambitious column. I think it would be very different if Boulter had been using that drop shot through the match.
Yeah,
you'd understand
but
going
just to
to it.
suddenly go to it then.
Okay.
Now a huge point coming up here with Boulter a couple of points away from the match.
.40-30.
Good amount of swing on that particular serve. You can see Boulter really reaching for it.
Nice mix-up from Christie, popping in her own drop shot.
6 games all, second
Takes
set
us to the
tie
tie-break. Played a tie-break against Jodie Burridge yesterday, Katie Boulter. So this is her second of the week.
Boulter.
Good aggression there, front foot hitting from Boulter. Yeah, going back to that return we saw a lot of in the first set from Boulter, tucking up Christie right underneath her feet. She really struggled to get out of the way of that.
Relentless
2-1,
forehand hitting from Christie.
Yeah, such a nice shot. And again, really maximising the height that she has, leaning through with the shoulders. Lots of adjustment around the shot, just not taking anything for granted.
Her serve.
Well, I think if Katie Boulter, you're going to look to try and get it away from this forehand sharpish, because that is another huge hit. She's cranked up the pace, hasn't she, Christie, in this tiebreak? No backing off. It's exactly what she needs to be doing.
Oh, the backhand's joining in now too.
Yeah, that's slightly annoying if you're Boulter, if both sides are firing like that. Got to try and get her off the back foot on this return now as Boulter.
Christie.
Getting on a pretty nice roll here, Christie. You can see the pace that she's walking as well. Everything's just upped in intensity. Boulter's got to try and find a way to neutralise here and just not allow that strike of Christie to keep coming. If she can't, then she's got to hold on to the fact that surely some errors are around the corner.
Oof.
4-3, Christie.
There we go.
Really decelerated on that second serve, didn't get any grip or rip at all, so lost all the control, just pushed it a little long. Much needed. for Boulter. There's a couple of quick points of her own. It's something that through this week, not only have the players been looking at her, she's been setting the standards, the most experienced player here, but she has been asked some tough questions. As we mentioned, she's not in super match-tight form, but she's responded so well.
Yeah, when she's been asked questions, she's been able to give some good answers and good account of herself. Just match number 4 after 19 weeks without playing. Saying that she'd felt really good just as lockdown was coming in. And then, as with everyone, the enforced break from everything, from normal life, really.
Five, 4, Boulter.
Just nudges ahead again. Just joined us. Apologies, one of our cameras not having a good day, is it?
Patchy.
It's a patchy day, just one of those days when you wake up and just not feeling it. Adding a little bit of heat. But we've got our coaching view back.
Done there from Christie, a lovely little nudge down the line, just pulling Boulter into the corner but giving her no pace to play with.
Six, 5, Boulter.
And match point Boulter. From a breakdown in this second set.
Game, set, a match, Boulter.
Well done, Katie Boulter came for a breakdown in that second set, stood firm, hung in there. She moves through to the finals, yet to drop a set this week. 4 matches, 4 days, 4 wins, and it's a straight set, 6-3, 7-6 victory for Katie Boulter.
Yeah, that's exactly what Boulter was looking for coming into this week. Getting her body used to playing match after match, getting her mind used to coming out of difficult situations, scrappy conditions. It's been pretty chilly through the week, even though it's nice and sunny today. Bit blustery here and there. Plenty of challenges for her. Really has responded well to all of the questions asked. And Christie, well, she knew exactly what she needed to do coming out onto the court, and she did manage to deliver to a certain extent. Just needed to find it on slightly more important points and just a little bit of experience coming from Boulter overall, which is what got her over the line there in straight sets. But a really tight match, a good battle, some big hitting, exactly what we expected. And for Boulter, it is one step closer to getting her game back on track where she left off all those weeks ago. And she's going to have a little stroll over to meet Gigi Salmon, who's popped out of the commentary box to have a chat with her after she secures that victory and a spot in the final. Nice smiles from both players there. They know that was a good effort all round. And Katie Boulter is there with Gigi.
Congratulations, you are through to tomorrow's final. In the immediate aftermath of the match, what are your reflections of today's win?
I can't say I don't think it was our best level. I think we've definitely had better days, both of us. She's laughing at me right now. Yeah, I think I'm going to have to up my game tomorrow because that wasn't very good. But you know what? I got the win, so that's all that counts.
Sometimes that is what counts. It's just getting through. And we have to remember you hadn't played for 19 weeks. This is your 4th match in 4 days, so a win is a win. Yeah,
definitely. You know, I'll take any win that I can right now. You know, I need to look after my body for tomorrow. I felt it a little bit out there from yesterday, so you know, hopefully I can pick up and bring some game tomorrow.
Over the course of the week, what has been the most pleasing aspects of your game for you having returned to tennis?
To be honest, I think it's just been my competitive spirit. You know, I've kept going. I've been working really hard, even when there's been bad days as well. So, you know, I think I'm just going to put everything on the line tomorrow, and hopefully I'll just enjoy it.
You had that time out injured, and then we all had this enforced lockdown. Did it just tell you how much you love tennis and how much you've missed playing tennis?
Yeah, definitely. Honestly, I've missed it so much. To have such a long period out is pretty tough to take, but I'm really glad that we're all back now and we can play fantastic events like this.
Do you have a preferred opponent in the final? Obviously you faced Jodie in the group stages, Alicia Barnett her opponent. Is there one as an either or there for you?
No, to be honest, I'm just going to hopefully put my game on the line tomorrow, and you know, best of luck to the girls. I'm sure the best player will win, and yeah, I'm looking forward to tomorrow already.
Katie, thank you very much and congratulations.
Thank you, thanks for having me.
And we're all going to get set for our next semi-final, which is Alicia Barnett taking on Jodie Burridge. Back to Naomi.
Semi-final number 2 for the right to face Katie Boulter in tomorrow's final. Alicia Barnett just disappearing from the left of your screen and Jodie Burridge on the right. Lovely to have you with us. The Progress Tour Women's Championships in your shot there. One of the founders of the event, Alicia Barnett, together with Olivia Nichols, her doubles partner, came to Barry Fulcher, the tournament director. And we have the Progress Tour Women's Championships, a wonderful event. Barnett, the eldest player in the field at 26. You can see there the current singles ranking and where she reached in terms of a career high. Came through against Katie Swan, who did have to retire midway through that match, and then she beat Freya Christie. 2 hours 47 minutes, coming from a set down to beat Christie. They'd both qualified for the semi-finals, but it was just where you would finish, and it meant that Barnett came through top of the group. And remember, this is not just an opportunity to compete against players you might not normally get the opportunity to compete against. There is also a lot of money for the winner, and the further you go in the position you find yourself in. So it's been a really good week for Alicia Barnett.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's been fantastic. You talked about that long match. She loves a long match. She wants to turn matches into scraps. That's where she's absolutely at her most dangerous. She is such a competitor, such a fighter. She relentlessly works. Nothing is easy against Barnett. Now, she doesn't possess a huge amount of power and weapons, so you can overwhelm her. Somebody like a Burridge could play with too much pace for her and could really rush her from the back of the court, but Barnett will be looking to hang in, retrieve as many balls as possible without giving up her position up on the baseline. She plays right up the court. So if Burridge is able to find good depth, width, good placement of shot, coupling that with her really clean striking, then I think she will have a little bit too much for Barnett on this occasion, but it's not going to be easy. We're going to get some longer rallies here, I'm sure. As that's exactly what Barnett likes to do.
A couple of bits and pieces there about Jodie Burridge in terms of the career high ranking that she's reached to this point, but she still is only 21 years of age. Now, David Felgate is her coach, and she's based out of the JTC, which is across the river in Chiswick, junior tennis coaching. She came through the group Anne Kyothevong. Anne Kyothevong, Great Britain's Fed Cup captain, was here yesterday, and she was runner-up to Katie Boulter. And in terms of what she has done this week, she beat Emily Arbuthnot in straight sets, Alice Gillen in straight sets before falling in straight sets to Katie Boulter. But she has had a great return to competition, being runner-up in the first week of an LTA event to Emma Raducanu. She won an event last week at St George's Hill, and now she finds herself one win away of reaching another final. So a lot of matches, which probably explains why after the first match when she came through against Emily Arbuthnot, she said she was feeling the legs, because that's after a lot of inactivity in terms of playing matches, that is then an awful lot of matches to play.
Yeah, of course, and it's going to just kind of mount up, isn't it? But getting herself used to life back on tour and with tournaments underway again, absolutely. You can just see how much she's been raring to go. You can see that she's come out of lockdown. She's a better mover, she's more patient, she's talked about all the things that she has worked on there, and you can really see it in her game. So, you know, real credit to that. Clearly, she is ready to go. She wants the international tournaments to get started now. She wants to get some more points on the board, and she wants to push up towards qualifying of Grand Slams, but unfortunately she may have to wait a little bit to be able to do that. But the game and Jodie, I think, are ready.
Yeah, she did say that that was one of the goals before everything happened in 2020, was to get into Australian Open and qualifying main draw, just to be part of the Australian Open in 2021. I mean, as it stands, we don't even know if there's going to be an Australian Open in 2021, but taking this massive chunk out, and something we've talked about before, when if competition internationally does resume, there's going to be such competition to get into the fewer number of events that there are. It just makes that goal a little bit harder this year.
Yeah, and for the ranking that Burridge is, and it's incredibly unfortunate. Look, they have to start with the top down. The bottom end of the sport lives off of the top of the sport. That's how it works. So they need to be focusing on the US Open, the tour events, getting the top 100 back competing so they can get some revenue coming in, and then they can start looking at the the slightly lower events. But then they're going to be looking at those that maybe would have been in qualifying of US Open, but there's no qualifying this year, so they need tournaments to compete in. And it also means that that group of player, that they'll be dropping down to play lower tournaments, the tournaments that Jodie would normally be in as a player who's just outside of those qualifying spots. So then you get pushed out of them, and it can become quite difficult. And then you might find yourself in a situation where you've got to beat multiple top 200 players who are ranked significantly higher than her, just to get a few points on the board.
So Alicia Barnett, I think we can call her the surprise package of the semi-finals. Has made a very, very good account of herself. Came through the US college system at Northwestern. I think one of the most interesting things, doing some reading up on Alicia Barnett, was her coach Claire Pollard at Northwestern saying that Barnett was so nice. She was too nice, that she just didn't have the killer instinct and everything. The exact quote was, "She's just so damn nice. You can't be nice in tennis."
You can't be nice in tennis. This is an individual sport, and it's something that you definitely learn as you get older. Need to dig deep a little.
Let's see if she's brought some of that inner nasty today against Jodie Burridge. Looking forward to this one. Katie Boulter saying afterwards that she's just going to rest the body and take some time. She's the only one of the semi-finalists not involved in doubles, so she can actually rest now once media commitments are complete. There will be suitable rest allowed following this before these two players, together with Freya Christie and Olivia Nichols, who played earlier, are back on the tennis court for their doubles. As things stand in the doubles, it's currently 4 games apiece. Adesina, Cartel, Arbuthnot and Popescu. So we are all set.
Alicia Barnett to serve. Ready? Play.
Ben Anderson in the chair.
Love 15. Love 30.
Yeah, Barnett's quite a tricky player, I think, to play against, because she really has an aggressive mindset. She wants to assert herself on the court. She wants to dictate, but she doesn't have much natural aggression within the game. There aren't any big strikes. The serve does not get her many cheap points. But where she is aggressive is with her positioning on the court. She's always kind of threatening right up at the baseline. She's very quick. Anything that's short, she's going to pounce on it. She's going to let you know that that's too short. I'm going to come forward. But everything is quite hard for Barnett. It's quite a lot of hard work. She has to hit a couple more shots than somebody like a Burridge might have to get the ball away. But if anyone's up for the extra bit of hard work, then she is.
15-40.
They have met before, and it was last year in Israel, quarterfinals, and it was Barnett who came through. 3 sets on that occasion. They've got some recent competitive experience and knowledge of each other. But it's Burridge with the break point.
Yeah, and I wouldn't say I'm necessarily hugely surprised at that result. I would expect Burridge to be the favourite. She's definitely more experienced in terms of the level that she's played at, but I do think that tactically this matchup is tough for her. This is somebody who can absorb pace really well, which Burridge doesn't particularly like.
Cheers.
She likes to try and knock you off balance, take you out wide, try and rush you, and actually That doesn't necessarily happen with Barnett. She's somebody who's very, very solid. So if Burridge is slightly off with her range, the unforced errors are going to get really punished.
Advantage, Burridge.
And there we just saw Barnett coming into the net. So she does kind of vary up the rhythm there. We had a serve and volley, so she's not going to give Burridge everything she wants pretty consistently. So I still think that Burridge is the favourite for this match, but I think this is an uncomfortable matchup for her.
Game, Burridge.
That is a good start for Jodie Burridge. That's a very good little clenched fist, just asserting herself on this semi-final with the early break. Play with an awful lot of confidence coming into this week, Jodie Burridge, but also a chance for her to test herself against the likes of Katie Boulter, who she lost to yesterday, but that higher-ranked player, that top 100 player that she has been, to see where the game's at. Spent locked down in Cornwall with her boyfriend.
Jodie Burridge to serve.
Family were in London. Had some equipment from the LTA for the fitness. And an awful lot of online fitness classes and drills taking place.
Love 15.
Again, we're back to our coaching angle just for a little bit. As one of our cameras is having an off day. All have it, all have them.
Good work there from Burridge, just side to side. Ball's coming back quite well. I think one of the frustrating things for Burridge playing against Barnett is that it's so tough to knock her off balance. She plays close to the baseline. She's very, very low in her stance. So she really can absorb that pace, recover quickly. It's something that Burridge is very good at, knocking people off balance. So that's just taken away from her and neutralised a little here.
$15-30.
You can see there what I'm talking about. Barnett trying to launch herself at the ball, really maximising big load, huge rotation through the shot and the jump as well, trying to get as much pace as possible. Still not really a patch on what Burridge is able to deliver. You could hear that with the sound, but she took it early enough, able to get it away for a clean winner.
I'm not sure, honestly. There is one that's wide, but there's one that's in as well. So I'm 15-40.
Taking advantage of the softer second serve, Barnett, to bring up some immediate break back points.
Game, Barnett.
Double fault from
One game all
Burridge.
for set.
I could feel the frustration. And we are back level, a game apiece.
Well, you mentioned that Burridge is feeling a little heavy-legged at times through the week, but this is going to be a pretty tough physical match. Talked about the longer rallies that she's going to be engaged in. Jeremy Bates having a chat with Freya Christie.
Not 15.
I'm sure he's helping her analyse that match. Jeremy Bates, of course, former head of women's tennis, so as much as he is now Katie Boulter's individual coach, still interested in how the other players are seeing things and viewing things, and always nice to get a different point of view. She's just anything that drops short. Barnett is on it, she's leaning through it, she's trying to deliver the absolute best that she can.
She did say against Freya Christie she wanted to keep the points short, she didn't want to get into lengthy exchanges.
$15.30.
Yeah, and it's interesting she said that actually. I was thinking when I heard that yes, that's definitely her aim, and I think that she wants to be aggressive, wants to take charge and assert herself in the match, but also I don't think she minds the long points either. She's very good in them.
Yeah.
She moves incredibly well. She's happy to tough it out all day. But I suppose for somebody whose comfort zone is that she needs to tell herself to keep those points short, to keep pushing forward.
$15.40. $30.40. Juice.
Well, Burridge trying to maintain her position up on the baseline so she doesn't get pushed around by Barnett, but just overcooking it.
Advantage, Burridge.
Third opportunity now in game 3 for Burridge to regain the lead. Couple of games, couple of breaks.
Game Burridge. Burridge leads by 2-1 for set.
3 games, 3 breaks between these two, who, as I mentioned, did meet as recently as last year, and it went the distance, and Barnett came out on top. But coming into this week, it's been Burridge with the form due to the amount of matches she played and the distance that she's gone in those tournaments that have been arranged so players can get back to some form of competitive action.
Yeah, it's been so valuable, as I was saying in the previous semi-final, just to have this in the calendar, just something to focus on, something to work towards. These are goal-orientated players.
First set, the doubles has gone. Arbuthnot and Popescu, 6-4 against Adesina and Cartel. Cartel and Adesina went through top of their group because Burridge pulled out of the doubles match yesterday with Christie to decide who would top that group, so therefore they went through second. So Arbuthnot and Popescu are set to the good early stages of the second set out there. Ankle braces on Burridge. Not surprising when last year she underwent her third ankle surgery. All snapped ligaments at one time or another. She's another player who said that this year was really just to get herself back on track and to get fit and healthy again. That's a massive part of what you have to deal with, I'm sure, as a tennis player. Injuries and time away from it and being so young and starting and getting so excited, then bang, you're sidelined and watching everyone else do it.
Yeah, it's incredibly draining. Yeah, at such a young age as well. It's a lot to have to deal with, such a significant amount of time out of the game. Really hasn't had a proper run at it. I mean, she has been playing, and she's got her ranking up inside 300, but yeah, making her play one more ball there, Barnett, and getting it up over the backhand side. But yeah, I mean, really, to have a proper run at it, to see where you can actually get to, you really need 2-3 years solid on the board. And at this sort of age as well, you know, when you start, if you go full-time at, say, 16, 17, it can take a little while just to understand and learn the ropes.
$15.40. $30.40.
Good defending by Burridge.
Game, Barnett.
4 games, 4 breaks.
2 games all, first set.
Second semi-final. Katie Boulter, if you're just joining us, is through to the final after a straight sets win over Fred Christie. Had to come from a breakdown in the second set and said afterwards, like, neither of us played anywhere near as good as we can, but at the same time, a win is a win.
Yeah, she dealt well with that one there, Burridge. She didn't exactly charge to the net to try and close it down, so just got caught out a little bit as that one dropped down to her feet. But checked back, took it on the half volley, and she's just playing quite comfortably. She's not trying to go for too much, which I quite like. And I suppose that is an element when you're playing at somebody like Barnett. There isn't a huge weapon to be scared of. She will hit some winners because she takes the ball early, but Burridge doesn't need to panic and think, oh, I have to go big. She can actually just keep that quality side to side and just play one more ball. Looks like she's trying to just play a little within herself.
You know. $15-30.
Oh, what a strike that was. That's what happens if you just serve right in the slot. It gets dealt with.
$30.
Just looking like she hasn't quite got her legs going here, Burridge. Early stages of the match.
Head for serve.
As we've talked about, she's played an awful lot of tennis in recent weeks.
Yeah.
With that being the case, great work from Barnett. She is just moving Burridge around the court.
Yeah, and just creeping forward, keeping her feet up inside the baseline there. Just giving Burridge no time to really regain her balance or positioning in the point.
Game, Barnett.
That's our first hold of serve.
3 games to 2 for a set.
Coming in the 5th game. And by contrast, Barnett looks sprightly and full of energy.
I don't think I've ever seen Barnett look tired.
And you've seen more of her than me.
I think she might feel tired, but doesn't really come across. She doesn't really give off a lot of negativity or is ever particularly slumped. She really just tries to get on with business and deliver the best she can at the time. I think Burridge is going to have a little bit of a battle here with herself as well as her opponent. Needs to just find that little bit of sharpness, and again, especially because Barnett's playing so far up the court, and yes, there's not a huge amount of pace coming at you, but the time still suffocates you. It's still putting the pressure on, and it's that reactive speed, that first step that needs to be quick. Otherwise, you'll leave gaps on the court, and they can be exposed by somebody taking it as early as Barnett does.
Barnett wasn't originally in the Premier Singles group because it was done on rankings and where people fell, and she's at 569 right now in the singles, but due to withdrawals through to injury, Barnett was promoted into the Premier Singles group, and she's taken her opportunities. Yes, Katie Swan had to retire in the match, but against Freya Christie, coming from a set down, it's what I liked from her during the Katie Swan match until Swan retired, and then again in the Christie match, was mentally how strong she stays. The head doesn't go down, the shoulders do not slump. She just tries to figure a way through it and stays mentally very strong.
Yeah, she doesn't flinch at all. She works incredibly hard for each point. It is hard work against her, but she doesn't get many cheap points to help her out.
Yeah.
And that can cause a bit of a problem in terms of converting points into games. tight sets into a set in her favour, getting that on the board.
Love 15.
Okay, so Burridge yet to hold serve. Important game for her here now, following that hold from Barnett.
All. $30-15.
Yeah, getting up a little better on this serve. Burridge just needs to keep that leg drive up. And she can get herself some quicker points.
She has talked, Jodie Burridge, about
14-15.
learning to be more patient, and you feel she will need some patience against Barnett if she's going to get the job done.
Yeah, it's really just changing that mentality from feeling like you need to go for the big shot down the line because you're out of position into actually I'm choosing to do it because you don't want to take away the aggression. So Burridge not even putting a chase in for that particular shot, just showing that she's got some work to do to get herself sharp enough here. But yeah, it makes all of the difference that you're deciding to go that route because you think it's the best option, not because you think you have no other options. It totally changes how you hit the ball.
Game. Burridge. 3 games all first set.
As conditions get hotter here at the National Tennis Centre, the sun burns through the clouds. The midway point of this first set. After 4 breaks of serve, we've had a couple of holds.
Love 15.
Yeah, a couple of big strikes there. If Barnett can't get Burridge out of that central third of the court, then I think Burridge will be able to just hit her way through. Everything that Barnett's doing has got to be about getting Burridge on the run and off balance. I think Burridge wasn't sure where that one landed. Looked like it might have just caught the line. A bit of a miss hit.
$30-15. $40-15.
Yeah, just couldn't get it far
40,
enough out of the
30.
middle there, Barnett. She really needs to try and make Burridge take more than a couple of steps to the shot, and then she might start seeing her lose her balance.
Game Barnett. Barnett leads before games to 3 first set.
If you were scoring this scorecard time, who's got the edge after 7 games?
I think it's even Stevens, really. I think it's as the
As level
score
as that,
shows. Yeah, I think there's a question for Burridge as to whether she can find the energy needed to keep this match short, get on top, find the sharpness, try and hit her way through Barnett. I think we know exactly what Barnett's going to do, which is going to be more of the same every single point, taking anything that drops short as early as possible. And this is what happens, especially, it's one of the things, isn't it? You always think about the positives when you start winning lots of matches, but actually it can be pretty difficult because you end up being out there feeling stiff, feeling heavy, feeling fatigued. You're trying to play as well as you can. We can still see, I mean, Burridge is clearly striking the ball nicely. She's got a beautiful strike anyway.
Yep.
And you can see that she has got a lot of matches under her belt. That all looks good. But if you can't get to the ball, you can't strike, can you?
It makes it difficult.
Yeah.
Yep.
So she just needs to be really precise with the positioning as best she can.
Love.
Yeah, there's a shake of the head there from Burridge. Doesn't seem like she's particularly enjoying this at the moment.
Just keep getting that extra ball back from Barnett. It's just nothing straightforward right now.
Love.
Yeah, not the best drop shot, and the drop shot is always a tricky tactic against Barnett. You can see she's right up on the baseline, so she doesn't have far to travel, and she's very quick.
Yep. On it in a flash.
$40-15.
Played by
40,
Barnett
30.
to find the angle. Again, Burridge not happy, hands on hips.
And it's difficult if you're starting off in this sort of mindset, because against Barnett, as we've discussed, this is going to be hard work. There's no way around it. You have to be sharp. You're going to be asked every possible question. More shots are going to come back than you want or than you're used to. And so you kind of have to get your head around that, get on board with it.
Game.
I mean, it just keeps coming back.
Burridge. 4 games off for set.
Your Burridge, you think, hang on a second.
Does keep coming back, but a little tentative from Burridge on a couple of those shots. The forehand approach kind of just rolled it in and then jogged in behind it. The forehand volley didn't get much stick on it either. So she got there in the end.
Yeah, conditions won't help, probably why she's just taking a couple of seconds at the back of the court in the shade. We've actually got shade for the first time this week because it is hot. Clouds are disappearing. The ones that are there, the nice white fluffy ones that you can see. If Burridge does come through this, she could still have a lot of tennis to play because she's got her doubles semi-final and possibly a final after that.
Love 15.
That's a
15
late
all.
strike and no real attempt to try and control that. Sometimes you get things wrong. You always want to be as precise as possible when you set up for the shot. You want to get the right contact, the right positioning so you can deliver the best. But sometimes that doesn't happen. It cannot happen because you've not got in the right position, you've been a little bit lazy or you've got something wrong. It can happen because their shot is too good and it forces your contact back or it forces you off balance. But if you get it wrong, you can still often try and find a way to fight through the shot, to come up with something, just to manipulate the racket. Oof. Totally overran that one, did Barnett.
15-40.
For me, the best in the world is Serena at that. I mean, she sometimes hits the ball so late off one leg, and or she looks all over the place and manages to fire off just the most incredible shots. Whereas for some players, if they're not in that really good position, it just kind of gets away from them. They can't really fight something out of it.
$30-40. Game.
Oh, lovely return of serve.
Burridge.
Low,
Burridge
penetrating,
leads 5 games
damaging
to
and
4
point winning with
per
it,
set.
the game and the break. And she might be a little bit frustrated and not at the level she has been. But Jodie Burridge is now a game away from the first set at 5-4.
Well, because she has played so many matches recently and she's been feeling good out there, and she was playing against Boulter yesterday, put in a good showing there, got a really tight set in the second set against her. She can kind of rely on that strike, and I think that Barnett needs to do a bit of a better job of just getting Burridge on the stretch and really start exposing that movement as much as she can. But at the moment, the strike from Burridge is more than enough. I mean, it's such a clean strike. I really enjoy watching it, particularly that backhand. It could just go anywhere. That was such a great angle cross court on the return. And she hits it equally as well down the line. It's smooth, it's natural.
She's been doing a lot of puzzles in lockdown, as have you.
Time.
Jigsaw puzzles?
Yeah.
Or other puzzles?
No, jigsaw puzzles.
Okay.
I stopped.
Well, I did one.
Yeah, but your one, looked slightly disturbing, but I don't know how you even begin. It just didn't have a picture, it was just colours.
Yeah, it was quite a difficult one, I must say.
I got unstuck by the Mr. Men puzzle. I still can't do it. Genuinely just gave up.
Sounds tough.
No, it was very... Just because it's Mr. Men doesn't mean it's easy. It's very difficult.
15 love.
I'm going to give it to you as a present. Excellent. It's 3 points away now from the first set Jodie Burridge.
Love.
Too central once again from Barnett. She tried to step on the front foot with that forehand, but she's got to find width. You've got to get it out of that strike.
So 3 points now for Burridge to close out this first set.
(40-15). Game in for set. Burridge by 6 games to 4.
Well, it wasn't straightforward by any means. Barnett had her chances, but it is Jodie Burridge. She's the higher ranked of the two players. She's had more tennis in her legs over these last few weeks that takes that first set by 6 games to 4. Just again, apologies for our camera. It's just, he's just not having a good day. I just don't know what to say about him. It's just, sometimes you have those days, but it means we have this coaching angle, which gives us a slightly different view of the game. But Burridge, she won't be sitting there internally dancing with delight for the way she played, but she will be with it getting the set done.
Yeah, I think it was a bit of a tired set all round. For Barnett, she just got a little bit sucked into that strike sort of tennis, very central, playing in the central 2/3 of the court that Burridge really likes. And Barnett's not going to out-hit Burridge. She's not going to hit through her through that middle channel either. It's all going to be about width. And to get the width, she needs to get up the court. So it has been difficult because Burridge has kept her pinned back a little bit, but she just needs to force her way up, stay down low, take the ball early, and try and really take Burridge out wide and off the court.
Second set, Barnett to serve. Love 15.
See there once again, Burridge only needed to take 2 steps to each of those forehand strike.
Good use of the court by Barnett. graduate from Northwestern, majored in political science, minored in business institution. Then put herself forward to be
15-30.
part of the ITF, the new ITF player panel, and very narrowly missed out. They took 7 men, 7 women. They took 2 players, 2 women from Europe, and just missed out, really wanting to make changes in the game of tennis at the ITF level.
Steady out. Thirty, 40. Game.
Well played, Burridge.
Ball,
Perfect
please.
start for Jodie Burridge to set number 2,
Okay,
getting
second
the early
set.
break.
Yeah, and again, a move forward from Barnett, but quite central there. She's just struggling to get what she wants out of her racket. I mean, it has to be said, the body language all round is definitely on the negative side. Both players looking at a little bit fed up with things.
Both got doubles to come.
Yeah, I'm sure they won't be thinking about that just yet. One of them's got another match tomorrow.
Yeah. Well, possibly both of them. Doubles.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
Yeah. I was trying to figure that one out before I said anything. Because they will face off against each other in the doubles with their respective partners a little bit later after suitable. It looks like the doubles is going to go to a match tiebreak that's on court now. Adesina and Cartel, who dropped the first set to Arbuthnot and Popescu 6-4. Now Adesina and Cartel with the break at 5-4 on the second. It is a 10-point match tiebreak, should one be needed in the third.
Yes, tried to come in off of that
50
shot.
low.
I mean, there are not many players around who would try and come in off of that shot. It was deep. She really struggled to control it. Had to hit a half volley on the baseline and then charge to the net. So there were a couple of gaps available for Burridge to find, which she did.
No.
Don't forget, from 6 o'clock we have tiebreak 10s, the first all-female version in the UK, and just the third in the world. All women, only women. It's fun, it's fast, it's frenetic, and it's winner takes all.
Can't wait.
$30-15.
It's quite choppy, this match, isn't there? There isn't really any momentum going around. We aren't seeing long passages of quality play. Everything is interrupted. Burridge has just about got a hold of her game a little bit better. As I say, that strike helping her out, and the fact that she's had so many wins, has been playing at that level. Sometimes you can just do it without even thinking.
Out. 30-40.
Yeah, not happy with that. Just getting the positioning all wrong there through the middle ball. Was quite deep in the court, just didn't put any shape on it whatsoever. And Barnett's got an opportunity to cause a bit of trouble here.
Yes.
Oh, we got ourselves one of the long rallies we were expecting
Advantage,
there.
Burridge.
Burridge dictating from the central channel once again, just punching through. And again, Barnett just unable to find that width.
Again, making the most of the shade at the back of the court here in centre court.
Game, Burridge. Burridge leads by 2 games to love. Second set.
Break points, and importantly for Jodie Burridge, she consolidated her early break just to give herself a touch of daylight between herself and Barnett.
Lovely striking again, that backhand. It's just really effortless, technically so sound. Barnett, one of 4. All her siblings play tennis.
Net for serve.
Made the decision to go to Northwestern at 17 because she didn't feel mature enough as a person or a player.
Yeah, it's nice striking there
15-30.
from Barnett, but it was just matched by Burridge, of course, and yeah, a little bit of fortune there with that net cord. But again, I mean, I know Barnett has so much drive to be aggressive and assertive, and that is so good in so many ways, but you do need to be careful if somebody's bringing to the court a much more naturally aggressive game style than you. Don't want to get sucked into playing them at their own game.
Video.
That's really nice there from
20-40.
Burridge. And she really is getting on with it pretty well. It's definitely having a tough time out there, but the striking is good. Footwork is not too bad around the ball. Comfortably doing enough here at the moment.
Deuce. Net for serve. For serve, yeah. Advantage Burridge.
Just give you a doubles update. Adesina and Cartel were serving for the second set against Arbuthnot Popescu, but they were broken, and now they are serving to take it into a second set tiebreak in the first of the doubles semi-finals.
Deuce.
You can see they're really trying to get themselves going. The scream of "come on" there for Barnett. Both pretty tired from the exertions of the week.
Advantage Barnett.
Barnett really needs to come through this game, just keep something on the score, some sort of pressure on Burridge.
Deuce.
I tried to get down really low to control that deep ball there, Barnett. She favours that over pushing back and actually dropping her position on the court. That's the one thing that she really hates to give up, is that tight position to the baseline, but just couldn't quite bring it down in time.
Katie Boulter awaits the winner in tomorrow's final. Third
Advantage,
opportunity in this game for Burridge to get the double break.
Game. Burridge.
There's the double break for Jodie Burridge. Does
Burridge
really
leads
have
for
some
3 games to love.
daylight now between herself and Barnett
Second
with the
set,
set
number 1
and the
set to
double
love.
break.
Yeah, so effortless there once again on the backhand. It's just a shot you could watch all day. Really nice to look at. And you just redirect it so well. And her contact point is just so consistent off that side. It doesn't matter what sort of shot comes at her. She just always manages to find it exactly where she wants it to be.
We do have ourselves a tie-break in the second set of the first doubles semi-final. Keep an eye on that for you. Amelia Bissett against Erin Richardson will be your Division 1 singles final tomorrow. Katie Boulter, who you can just see in the back of your picture on the right there with her coach Jeremy
Time.
Bates and tournament director Barry Fulcher. She awaits the winner of this contest. Now, looking more towards Jodie Burridge, who is the higher ranked player, currently sitting, we talked about her career high of 233, sitting at 298. 21 years of age. Such a good player, Jodie Burridge. She'll be hoping she can build on this and stay fit. Again, we have our coaching view camera. People just joining us thinking, what on earth?
Courtside.
It's courtside camera. Just one of our cameras not having a good day. So we've got the coach courtside view.
Love 30.
A couple of errors now coming from Burridge. Just flying a little long. Needs to make sure she continues on with the racket head speed to get that spin and control the ball in.
(15-30).
Great to have a weapon in your armoury like that serve. Nice short, sharp point.
(15-40).
Yeah, just generally frustrated Burridge from the very beginning of this match, I think. I do think that considering the level of tiredness she must be feeling, I mean, we can quite clearly see it, that she really has been getting on with things pretty well. The strike has not left her, that's for sure.
30-40.
Nice to have that 1-2 punch off the serve.
Oh, wow. Okay, I think
Game. Barnett.
we've seen one of those already from Burridge in the
Burridge
week.
leads by 3 games to 1. Second set.
Taking a big swing on that forehand volley, and the reason she did that was because she just slowed down through the back of the ball. You just want to try and get all of your pace coming through the back of the ball because there's no energy on it for you to use, or you go for a complete drive volley and try and go and get the top spin as best you can to control it.
I know energy levels can change from day to day. She's played an awful lot of tennis, obviously frustrated right now, but when you throw into the mix the doubles as well, I'm not sure what there's left to give if there's a possible singles final at the end of this match.
Yeah, it's definitely looking like they're on the last reserves.
Still does have the break advantage though, Burridge.
And just redirecting it there, but you can see Barnett's dropping further and further back through this set, not keeping her tight position to the baseline where she likes to be. Just means that Burridge will have a little bit more time on the ball, might be able to dictate play a little easier. Yeah, and see there, she's trying to be aggressive, but from 2 meters behind the baseline. And unless you have a lot of pace to hit through somebody, it's just going to be an incredibly difficult shot, and it's very easy to go for too much. Much better.
30 all.
Get yourself up the court, and it makes all the difference. Shuffling up inside the baseline there, taking it early. Just have to be so sharp to be able to do that. As soon as you see that ball dropping short, just got to pounce on it, something that Barnett is very good at.
That's exactly
what Barnett said to herself there. Why are you moving backwards? Just had to keep urging herself to keep committing.
Yes.
Oh, that's more like it.
There's commitment.
A pretty short return from Burridge. Didn't quite get hold of that one. Just sat up and Barnett took it advantage.
Advantage, Burridge.
It's for Burridge to regain her double break advantage in the second set. She really doesn't want this to go to a third. Needs to conserve as much energy as possible. Well, Barnett might be feeling low on energy, but she will need to take it to a third.
Juice. Advantage is long. Burridge.
Well, this will put Burridge very close to getting over the line. Barnett just hasn't found a way to really muscle her way into this match, assert herself. Burridge has done a good job of shutting her down whenever she just feels like she's getting something going. The strike from Burridge puts a stop to it.
Juice.
We've talked a lot through the week, actually, about how Barnett's involvement with putting on the tournament, of course. She's been quite outspoken recently about, well, about the ITF changes that happened last year for the circuit players, as well as the situation the tour has found itself in here. Ran for a position on the player panel to be a representative for the ITF there, just narrowly lost out on it. But, you know, she is somebody, of course, she's got a few more years left to play if she so chooses, but somebody that I really hope we don't lose from the sport, you know, to have that amount of passion and drive, and not only to say that this is what she wants to happen, but to get out and get stuck in and do it. I think that's such a valuable thing.
Yeah, she's been a
Juice.
pro now for 4 years. Won a doubles title with Olivia Nichols this year, Sunderland. And we have doubles finalists. Emily Arbuthnot and Anna Popescu have beaten Esther Adeshina and Soné Cartel in straight sets.
Advantage, Burridge.
Fourth break point opportunity now for Jodie Burridge to regain the double break.
Juice. Advantage, Barnett.
Yeah, it's all really about the unforced errors at the moment. They really have been racking up for both players.
Game Barnett.
Big
Burridge
hold
leads
for
by
Barnett.
3 games to 2 second set, but 1 set to love.
Had to fend off 4 break points. Did so. And just keeps it to the 1 breaker serve in this second set.
Barnett clawing her way back in. Looked like Burridge was just poised to run away with it there with that strong lead she had. And that's what Barnett does. She just fights for every single point. And the forced errors, they do tend to sting against her just because she can be so consistent. Burridge just with a couple of wild shots, but also I think Barnett just finding a little more width, which definitely has been helping her.
Time. Love 15. All.
Quite a lot of short points going on. First couple of strikes I think are so key. Once a player falls behind in the point, finding it really difficult to turn things around.
Clean striking from Burridge to find the line.
30-15.
I just so enjoy that shot, just the step through. We've seen it a number of times today and throughout the week. You can just kind of sense when she's lining it up, almost like the eyes light up. She knows that's exactly what she's looking for. And she does tend to deliver more often than not.
40-50.
That's what she'll need here, just a quick game. So you get the Barnett frustration.
Game.
Nearly with two lefty forehands in a row.
Burridge leads by 4 games to 2 second set.
Again, it's a Taylor facing Barnett. The ball just keeps coming back. You have to hit that extra ball.
Yeah, I think she would probably be rather playing somebody who hit the ball as big as she did, and they just had super short points, didn't have to work so hard. Just today. In general, she's fine.
Yeah, in general.
Just today.
Mixed up a little bit, but...
And it's completely understandable, the amount of tennis that she has played, and the level that she's played to. She's been incredibly competitive.
15.
And as you mentioned at the beginning of the match, it's not only that she's had a few weeks jam-packed full of matches, but she went from nothing to reaching the final of every single tournament. So just getting the maximum amount of matches possible.
And playing doubles alongside that.
Yeah.
15-0. Fifteen 30.
It's going to be difficult for Barnett to out-hit Burridge from the back of the court.
That's a tough point there
30
from
up.
Barnett. But I mean, if I were her, I'd be looking to really just try and roll as many angles as possible. Look, we can see both players are really just trying to dig as deep as possible here. But for Barnett, she got a central ball after that serve, and she tried to crunch it into the corner, but it ended up going a little bit middle, as so often is the case when you go for pace. And if she had just taken a bit more pace off and just really rolled it on the cross court,
$30-40.
Yeah, I think early stages Barnett might have tried to have a little go at getting towards that, but not at this stage, not with how they're feeling. A wicked net cord. This is the hottest day we've had this week as well. They've had cool conditions so far. Chance for the double break. Oh, excellent from Barnett.
she really had to put everything she had through the back of that ball. There was no energy whatsoever. It was dropping very, very steeply. Took it down the line, took it early, really had to rotate through. Tough to get that one away because she was so deep in the court as well. Good court coverage there from Burridge. Just reading the shot of Barnett really nicely. The right decision to come forward there from Burridge. The approach shot was low. She was quite deep in the court as well. You can see only just about got to the service line by the time Barnett hit the ball, so that meant there were gaps available, one either side. She picked the line shot, managed to find it.
Advantage Burridge.
Third break point opportunity. Game number 7 of set 2. Barnett fought off and fended off 4 break points in her last service game.
Game Burridge.
And there's the double break.
Burridge leads for 5 games to 2. Second set by 1 set to love.
The cushion has just got a little bit more comfortable now for Jodie Burridge, who's in a position very shortly to serve her way into her 3rd final in 3 weeks.
Yeah, she's had to work very hard to get that double break. Had a couple of opportunities earlier on in the set. And she's just about been able to do enough on that strike. Absolutely, it's just such a nice part of her game, can really dictate. Backhand down the line has been of fabulous use. I talked about that approach shot that she made. It was, you know, I said that it was the wrong shot choice. I mean, she could have gone to the net off that if she was feeling particularly sharp and full of energy, because she'd have to get up there pretty sharpish. There was a fair amount of ground to cover. So really, for the situation that she's in, that was not really the smart decision. But she won't mind. She'd have forgotten about it by now, because she managed to get that break on the board anyway.
Serving for a place in the final. As we say, a cracking return from lockdown. 3 finals, on the verge of 3 finals in 3 weeks. 1 title so far.
Love. Dirty love.
Just really got caught out of position there. Jodie, I think she was hoping for, it was kind of a hit and hope, that one, wasn't it? It was not the best contact point off the back foot. Just trying to come up with something out of nothing.
Video.
So 30 all. With that cushion of the double break, Burridge.
$40-30.
That's match point for Jodie Burridge. So match point Burridge to face Katie Boulter in tomorrow's final.
Game, set, match.
A lovely way to finish things off for Jodie Burridge. It will be a third final in 3 weeks for Burridge, overcoming, wasn't straightforward by any means, but overcoming Alicia Barnett in straight sets, 6-4, 6-2.
Yeah, a really good effort there from Burridge, having to tough it out, having to demand more from herself, find a better level and use up any energy that she had left. And you can see, I don't think it was the most fun she's ever had on a tennis court, but she came through a pretty tough opponent because Barnett was making life difficult as well. It is always a tough ask to come through her. You know you're going to have to work hard. Burridge coming through 4-2, and I think actually part of the reason that she's tired is because she's played so many matches, but that really is what helped get her over the line, because that strike is just looking clean, it's looking sharp. The backhand down the line, her favourite shot, is really firing nicely. So if she can recover some energy before the final tomorrow against Katie Boulter, then I'm sure she can cause her some issues. They played already once in the group stages. It was straight sets, but Burridge pushed her all the way in the second set. It was very tight. Lost it in the tie break. She was up in that set as well, so she knows she's got the game. And can she rest up, recover, and get ready for that match and be able to put it out on display once again? But it is yet another final for Burridge, which I'm sure she will be delighted with. Gigi Salmon has made a hop, skip and a jump down onto court. Have a little chat with Jodie, see what her thoughts are about that performance, as well as her thoughts going into the final. And Jodie Burridge makes her way over, as you can see, to Gigi Salmon over in the corner. And she's alongside Gigi Salmon.
Congratulations, Jodie. You're through to your third final in 3 weeks. The first question has to be, how are you feeling?
I mean, yeah, a little bit lost for words actually. I'm feeling it now. It's all catching up to me, but again, I'm so happy to be in the final. I mean, third final, third tournament back. I can't really complain about how I feel right now.
Because it was straight sets today against Barnett, but it looked anything but straightforward at times.
Yeah, yeah, it was quite frustrating at times. I don't think that's my best tennis of the week this week. But Barnett gets a lot of balls back, and yeah, I think that's what I was getting frustrated with, because I wasn't quite hitting my shots. I didn't quite have the power that I did yesterday against Katie. But yeah, I'll just have to regroup for tomorrow and try and figure that one out.
You mentioned after the first match that your legs felt heavy. How are they feeling out there today?
My body's actually okay-ish. It's not actually my legs, it's more my back and my shoulder and all of that, but I think it's more mentally just pushing through. But now I know I've got one more day, it should be easier tomorrow.
But that must be something really pleasing to know that the body is finding it difficult, but mentally you are able to get yourself thrown into winning situations.
Yeah, no, I have been surprised myself, because in the past years I maybe wouldn't have been able to do this, and this is something that I've really been trying to improve, and I'm just glad that it's paying off now.
You say it's just one more day, but how do you rest and recover when you've still got a double semi-final to play?
I've still got doubles and tie-break tens. I don't know, I'm going to go see my team. Hopefully they can
sort me out a little bit with physio and massage and stuff. But yeah, we'll see.
And finally, Katie Boulter in the final tomorrow. Is it a good thing that you've played? You pushed her tight in that second set, but now positive looking ahead to facing her again in the final?
Yeah, no, I'm really looking forward to it, actually. It was a good match yesterday, so hopefully we can both play a good level like we did yesterday. And I mean, I'm hoping for a different outcome, but yeah, we'll just see.
I'm going to let you go and rest and recover, but congratulations, you're into the final.
Thank you. Cheers.
So Jodie Burridge is through to tomorrow's final. She mentioned there is tie-break 10s. That's later. It starts about 6 o'clock. It's fast, it's frenetic, it's exciting. If you have not witnessed it before, it is a lot of fun. We're going to have full coverage of that on the BBC Sport website. But that's the conclusion of the matches out here on centre court. But set a reminder for 6 p.m. tie-break 10s. And goodbye. I'm done.
Correct? Yes.